Because everything happens in the weekend.
Okay, good morning, everybody. We will get started this morning. We do have 3 public hearings to go through to start, so I will start with the public hearing address for the 3 of them, and then I'll ask that the public hearing be open after the 3rd one. This is a public hearing for proposed regional district of Okanagan-Snoqualmie bylaw 2956-2022. The proposed bylaw and related information, including written comments received to date, are available for review at the head table. At this public hearing, all persons wishing to speak will be given an opportunity to do so and are asked to commence their remarks by stating their name and address. Written comments may be submitted to the head table before closure of the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak at this public hearing is asked to do one of the following. If you are participating by a computer, please click the raise hand button, which can be found in the participants panel on the right-hand side of your computer screen. This will indicate that you wish to speak. If you are participating by a phone, please press *3 on your phone's keypad. This will also indicate that you wish to speak. Having indicated that you wish to speak, you will then be placed in a queue until you are invited to speak. All speakers will be restricted to a time limit of 5 minutes until everyone who wishes to speak has had an opportunity to do so. Anyone wishing to speak a second time may do so by following the same protocol of selecting the raise hand button on your computer or by pressing *3 on your phone's keypad. To submit written comments, please email them to planning@rdos.bc.ca prior to the close of the public hearing. I will now ask Shannon Duong, planner, to outline the specifics of the proposed bylaws. Please go ahead, Shannon.
Thank you, Chair. So as mentioned, this is a public hearing in regards to draft amendment bylaw 2956, which relates to farm labor housing in electoral areas A, C, D, E, F, H, and I. Just to start us off, for background, the current zoning status of farm labor housing, it specifically relates to accessory dwellings, which are permitted in the agricultural zones across the different electoral areas that we have in RDOS. One of the main stipulations that we have is that a maximum floor area for each accessory dwelling be 125 square meters, and this doesn't relate specifically to farm labor housing, it's accessory dwellings in general. The zoning bylaws also stipulate the maximum number of accessory dwellings and a total gross floor area, which is dependent on parcel 5, as you can see in the table below. So any proposal involving an accessory dwelling for farm worker accommodation or otherwise that would exceed the zoning provisions that we currently have would require either a temporary use permit or a rezoning in order to proceed. Now, with respect to temporary use permits, as the name suggests, unlike a rezoning, which is a permanent change to the property, a temporary use permit would allow a use that wouldn't ordinarily be permitted by the current zoning for a temporary period of time, which is stipulated in the permit itself. So we can issue temporary use permits for up to 3 years, and it can be renewed for an additional 3 years as well. And this allows the board to assess the continued need for farm labor accommodation while also providing the means to mitigate any permanent and long-term negative impacts that accommodation would have on agricultural lands. So in this regard, then, the proposal that we have this project is to establish assessment criteria and a procedure in order to authorize temporary farm worker accommodations through the use of temporary use permits, kind of similar to the way that we have been regulating vacation rentals. This project does include 3 different amendments to the electoral area OCPs. The first one being the establishment of decision-making criteria that the board could use to assess applications for temporary use permits for the purpose of farm worker accommodation. This will also include the establishment of conditions that could be placed on issued temporary use permits in order to mitigate any concerns of long-term impacts, and also the introduction of a supporting policy statement across the different electoral area official community plans. So given the concerns that we have regarding long-term impacts on agricultural lands and their capability and productivity, the establishment of decision-making criteria within the official community plans allows us to assess the need for accommodations and the long-term impacts, as I mentioned, of those proposed accommodations on agricultural land. But it also provides clarity with respect to the types of information that applicants should be including as part of their temporary use application. I'm not going to go through all of these, but this includes things like whether or not the proposed accommodation is going to be on a temporary foundation, or as well as the size of the total farm unit. So that includes all the parcels in a farm operation. We're also proposing to establish conditions of temporary use permits so that we can address any concerns of long-term impacts, as I mentioned, and also address the potential of any off-season use by non-farm workers. So one of the conditions being proposed is that we could restrict the use of accommodation to farm labor only. Lastly, as I mentioned, we are proposing to introduce a consistent supporting policy statement across the different OCPs, because currently they all vary quite a bit across the different rural area plans. And this specific statement would be included under the agriculture section, and it would state that the regional board supports additional dwellings within the agricultural designation where they are used to support agricultural activities and purposes such as farm worker housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. I'll read the second public hearings address. So this is a public hearing for Regional District of Okanagan-Smokemean Bylaw 2950. The proposed bylaw and related information, including written comments received to date, is available for review at the Regional District's webpage. At this public hearing, all persons wishing to speak will be given an opportunity to do so and are asked to commence their remarks by stating their name and address. Written comments may be submitted before closure of the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak at this public hearing is asked to do one of the following. If participating by computer, please click the raise hand button on the right-hand side of your computer screen under the participants panel. This will indicate that you wish to speak. If you are participating by phone, press *3 on your phone's keypad. Having indicated that you wish to speak, you will then be placed in a queue until invited to speak. All speakers are restricted to a 5-minute time frame until everyone who wishes to speak has had an opportunity to do so. Anyone wishing to speak a second time may do so by following the same protocol of selecting the raise hand button on your computer or pressing *3 on your phone's keypad. To submit written comments, please email them to planning@rdos.bc.ca prior to the close of this public hearing. I will now ask Daniel DeVries, planner, to outline the specifics of the proposed bylaw. Daniel, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. This is another OCP amendment for all of the electoral areas that have one regarding our watercourse development permit areas. So occasionally we have property owners who go ahead and build something without a building permit or a watercourse development permit. And when that gets reported to us, it triggers bylaw enforcement action, which typically involves them going back and getting permits. And in the case of something in a watercourse development permit area may involve them having to remove it, but you still need a permit to do that. So you can see an example on the side here where the yellow is the riparian area assessment area, the black dash line is the lake, the red line is the assessed area where you cannot place anything, and yet there's still a structure protruding towards the lake. So this is something that's waiting for enforcement action once this amendment is complete, because we can't move forward. The reason we can't move forward is because the ministry changed the riparian area protection regulation in 2019, and subsequently the RDOS updated the OCPs to reflect this, which means that all wrapper or riparian area protection regulation assessments must be approved by the ministry before we can go ahead and issue a development permit. And the ministry has stated that they will not approve something that's already been built because it's inconsistent with their regulation. This leaves us in a situation where all of our bylaw enforcement cases are currently on hold. We can neither ask the property owners to demolish or go ahead and get a building permit to formalize, because we cannot issue a watercourse development permit. So the amendments in front of you are to allow us to accept a riparian assessment if the ministry rejects it on the grounds that it's retroactive, and then we can move forward on the qualified environmental professionals' recommendations to either have that structure removed or approved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Danielle. Okay, on to the third public hearing address. This is a public hearing for proposed regional district of Okanagan-Similkameen bylaw 2603.23 2022. The proposed bylaw and related information, including written comments received to date, are available for review at the head table. At this public hearing, all persons wishing to speak will be given an opportunity to do so and are asked to commence their remarks by stating their name and address and which bylaw they are planning to speak to. Written comments may be submitted to the head table before closure of the hearing. Anyone wishing to speak at this public hearing is asked to do one of the following. If participating by computer, please click the raise hand button, which can be found in the participants panel on the right-hand side of your computer screen. This will indicate that you wish to speak. If you are participating by phone, please press *3 on your phone's keypad. This also indicates that you wish to speak. Having indicated you wish to speak, you will then be placed in a queue until invited to speak. All speakers are restricted to a limit of 5 minutes until everyone has had an opportunity to speak. Anyone wishing to speak a second time may do so by following the same protocol of selecting the raise hand button on your computer or pressing *3 on your phone's keypad. Please submit written comments by emailing them to planning@rdos.bc.ca prior to the close of this public hearing. I will now ask Shannon Duong, planner, to outline the specifics of this proposed bylaw. Please go ahead, Shannon.
Thank you. So most development permit areas that are designated within our electoral area OCP bylaws include a section that indicate the types of development that require a development permit. So these types of activities include subdivision of land, construction or alteration of buildings and structures, as well as just the alteration of land. And the type of development activities that will trigger a DP depends on the objectives of that specific development permit. So specifically for electoral area D, there are 7 different types of development permits, area designations, and 4 of those 7 are form and character development permit areas. Form and character development permits are concerned with the aesthetic and build form of a structure, and they do take in consideration landscaping as a secondary consideration. So with this in mind, the requirement is triggered at the building permit stage for a development permit for the construction of, addition to, or alteration of a building or other structure. Now, the electoral area D OCP bylaw currently lists activities which trigger the need for commercial and town center development permits. However, they do not include any activities specifically for multiple family and industrial development permits. So this is really a housekeeping amendment with the purpose of just cleaning up these different sections. Now, for a multiple family development permit area, the purpose of this DP area is to establish form and character objectives for specifically multiple family residential development. So it would make sense then to propose a trigger of construction of, addition to, or alteration of a building or other structure to require a development permit. An industrial development permit area is a bit different in that it does address the form and character objectives for industrial development. However, there's a secondary purpose of protecting the local aquifer as well. So the proposed trigger, similar to a multiple family development permit area, would include the construction of, addition to, or alteration of a building or other structure. However, we're also proposing to include any development with contamination potential that includes any new or existing uses for purposes or activities that are specifically laid out in Schedule 2 of the Contaminated Sites Regulation. And some of these examples include chemical industries and activities, transportation industries, operations and related activities, and also pulp mills and paper product mills. Thank you.
Okay, I hereby declare the public hearing open and ask if there is anyone who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaws. I'll ask a second time, is there anyone wishing to speak at the to the proposed bylaws? Are you seeing any hands, Danny, that I'm missing or anything? Okay. I'll ask a third and final time. Is there anyone wishing to speak to these proposed bylaws? And a reminder, if anybody is wanting to send in the written comments, please do so before the public hearing closes. Emailing them is the quickest. Seeing no hands, I will hereby declare the public hearing closed at 9:16. Thank you very much. Moving on into the regular agendas of the committees, we have first Protective Services. And I will ask Director Roberts to please go ahead and chair this one.
Thank you. I'd like to see, I'd like to put forward a motion to have the agenda accepted. Is there anybody that would make that motion? I have Director Sentis and Director Monteith. Okay, all in favor? Thank you. Please take it easy on me. This is my first live meeting with all these screens. I think I'm a little dizzy. I'd like to be able to pass this over to CAO Newell in regards to our presentation.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So we have Joe Piscaret and Brent Middleton from Emergency Health Services that are coming to just do their quarterly report on really our ambulance services throughout the regional district and answer any questions that the committee may have. So we'll turn it over to the delegation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Hello?
So Mr. Piscaret, I think we need some volume.
Hi, and thank you for the invitation. I would like to start by introducing Brent Middleton. He's our new manager for the Similkameen district. What we did is the former South Okanagan district went from West Kelowna all the way to Princeton, and now we've split that into the Similkameen and the South Okanagan. So the Similkameen will be basically from Princeton to Greenwood and north to Oliver, and then the South Okanagan district will be from Penticton north to West Kelowna. So my area of responsibility will be from Penticton now to West Kelowna, and Brent will take care of the Similkameen area. Future meetings, we'll both attend at the quarterly meetings to give updates for both districts moving forward. But at this meeting, I'd like to bring everybody up to date on the stats since the introduction of the new full-time cars in the following communities. In November 2021, the staffing models at Osoyoos, Princeton, Karamias, and Oliver were changed to what's called the Alpha model, which resulted in 8 full-time paramedic positions being permanently established at each station, in addition to existing CP personnel at Princeton, Karamias, and Osoyoos. Since that time, since the new Alpha cars were introduced, the volume of 911 responses by the community between the period of November 2021 to April 2022 inclusive was for Osoyoos 634 calls, Oliver 700 calls, Princeton 320 calls, and Karamias 309 calls. If we look at our MPDS events and response times for CRM colors in the specific communities since the introduction of the Alpha units, November 2021 to April 2022, if we look at our BCHS response time goals, so our targeted goals for each of the following, for metro and urban, our goals are less than 9 minutes. For rural, it's under 15 minutes, and for remote, it's under 30. And if we look at the 4 stations that we just introduced the Alpha units to, so for Oliver, Osoyoos, Princeton, and Karamias, that falls under the rural, so under 15 minutes. And if we look at our medium response times, and I'll just go through each of the communities. For Oliver, for the purple and red calls, our medium response times are 11 minutes and 7 seconds. For the orange calls, it's 11 minutes, 19 seconds, and for the yellow, it's 13 minutes, 14 seconds. The Osoyoos is 8 minutes and 40 seconds for red and purple. Orange is 10 minutes and 8 seconds, and yellow is 11 minutes, 17 seconds. Princeton, we're sitting at 11 minutes and 39 seconds for the red and purple. Orange is 13 minutes, 20 seconds, and the yellow is 14 and 19 seconds. And finally, Karamias, for red and purple calls, it's 10 minutes, 34 seconds. The orange is 10 minutes, 15 seconds, and Yellow is 11 minutes 48 seconds. So the average of all 4 communities for red and purples, our goals are, our average time is 10 minutes and 22 seconds. The oranges are 10 minutes and 54, and yellows are 12:33. The current staffing at these stations right now, we've had some shuffling. People have been moved from one station to another. But right now today in Oliver, we have 7 of the 8 full-time positions filled. So we have 1 vacancy there. In Osoyoos, we have 8 filled positions, 1 vacancy. Princeton, we have 8 filled with 2 vacancies. And in Karamias, we have 8 filled with 2 vacancies. I would also like to add that effective July 1st, in Penticton, we will have a permanent primary response unit, which is an advanced life support unit working out of Penticton. It'll be stationed in Penticton, but it will service the surrounding community. So it may go as far as Osoyoos, Karamias to help with some of those high acuity calls and support the full-time PCP units in those communities. And lastly, and I'll share this document with you, and on it is the different sites that we can go to get things like call volume data for all BCS communities, and also the population statistics for all BC communities. So there's an online website here on this document that I'll leave with you, and you can use that to get that information. So that's it for me. Brent, did you have anything that you wanted to add?
Yeah, thanks again for the invite to the meeting, and I'm looking forward to being up here and living here in the Okanagan. A couple of things I'll just add. We're definitely all hands on deck for recruitment. It's a challenge across all first responder agencies for staffing. So we're using all means of media and avenues to do recruitment, and it is starting to pay off. We are filling these positions. Along with what Joe had mentioned there with the advanced life support primary response unit out of Penticton, we're also expanding a project from the Lower Mainland, which is a low acuity response unit. What this is a single paramedic in a vehicle looking after the lower acuity calls. And where this is going to take place is, for now, it's just in Kamloops and Kelowna. But what this does is it takes the low acuity workload from the regular ambulances. So that frees them up for those red and purple calls. So being the way the service is constructed in that we're not bound by municipal boundaries, that provides better backup coverage for us by not having those units tied up on regular ambulances, tied up on low acuity calls. So that's something that we're really looking forward to, and that is just beginning now. So that's in addition to the initiatives that we have in place currently.
Thank you, Brent. Open to any comments or questions now. Thank you.
Are you able to hear me? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Piscaric and Mr. Middleton. First off, I would, as the question here, is if everybody here understands what purple, red, orange, yellow means, and just a couple of the acronyms. So not everybody here may know what that means. So if you could explain to us what those color coding means. You use terms like MPDS and CP. So a lot of times some of these people may not be aware of what those actually mean. So if you could explain that, it'd be great.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So our red and purple calls are the high acuity calls, the serious, the cardiac arrest, the chest pain, the very serious natured calls, the motor vehicle accidents that with multiple patients that are quite quite injured. So those are those high acuity calls where we do whatever we can to get there as quick as we possibly can to help those people. The orange calls are kind of those in-between calls. They can be high acuity. They can range from anything from somebody having a shortness of breath or an allergic reaction to abdominal pain, but it could be that this patient would require immediate assistance as well. And then the yellow calls are more the lower acuity calls. So the people that might have a tummy ache, or they're maybe a fever, chills, infectious kind of stuff going on that doesn't require an ambulance there with it as quick as the other calls. So that's the differences. And then as far as the CP, that's your community paramedic. I'm sure all you are familiar with our community paramedic program that's been in place now for a few years. We have community paramedics in Princeton, Caramias, and Osoyoos presently. I believe I captured everything that you asked there, Mr. Roberts.
Perfect, thank you very much, really appreciate that. Is there any questions for Mr. Fiskerick and Mr. Middleton? Director Holmes.
Yeah, thank you. I'm from Summerland. I was just wondering about the Summerland stats. And so I've been told that the Summerland, since we've gone full time, that most of our ambulances are being dispatched to calls in Penticton and West Kelowna, sometimes leaving Summerland with no coverage at all. And so I'm just wondering if that is the case, and if so, is that a situation due to that should be addressed with further recruitment, or maybe it's not a case at all? I don't know. So.
Yeah, thank you. So I don't have the data for Summerland, but I can actually get that for you. So what I'll do after this meeting is I'll get that information, and I'll forward it off to Mr. Roberts for Summerland, the data. As far as coverage, one of the things, because we're a provincial service and we don't really have boundaries, so it may appear that the Summerland car gets pulled into Penticton, let's say, to help out with that area, or they may get called north to West Kelowna to help out there. We always try to ensure that other resources are available to keep all the communities covered. So even though Summerland may do a call in Summerland and then they take that patient to the Penticton hospital, our dispatch center will then provide another ambulance in the area to ensure that we have coverage. And that one ambulance may cover multiple stations. So they may be stationed not necessarily right in Summerland, but close enough to respond if necessary. So yes, you will see the Summerland car being pulled into Penticton, sometimes because they're actually taking a patient from Summerland to the Penticton hospital. And then when they're in Penticton, they'll be the closest car to another call. And the other car that's in Penticton may be pulled back into Summerland to help support that community while the Summerland car is doing that call in Penticton. So our cars our resources are stationed in Summerland and all the communities, but they continuously get pulled around and to cover other areas. And sometimes, we'll have maybe one car covering off two communities. They might be stationed somewhere in between, so they cover both communities. With the, we do see a lot of cars being moved around throughout the valley. And as Brent mentioned, we are continuously trying to work on recruitment and keeping all our cars staffed at all times.
Thank you. Any more questions or follow-up, Director Holmes?
No, that's good. Thank you.
Okay, does anybody else have a question? Please, I might miss you between the camera and those in the room. Director Monteith.
To the chair, do you have any reporting on rural communities? So I'm thinking I represent Cleveland, Naramata, West Bench. Are there any information on rural communities?
I don't have any of that information presently.
Thank you, Mr. Fiskerick. A lot of times, just so I can pass up from my information, because again, it's a provincial service. What happens a lot of times is that's kind of clumped in with our area. So for instance, there's a split between right now manager Scarrick's area and manager Middleton's area, and they'll end up with stats that'll be looking at like that as a whole and tied to more specifically the stations, which means if you're in a Penticton area car, you're gonna more likely be attending Caledon calls in Caledon. If it happens closer to Karamias, maybe Karamias, or any cars that are on the road in between, as manager Scarrick stated, you know, wherever the closest car is. So sometimes it's a little bit more challenging to have a specific in, let's say, it'd be tied to addresses, and that would be a little bit harder for the manager to get a hold of that, but possible. Does that help, Mr. Piscaric?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Robert, it does help. When we provide the stats for, let's say, the Penticton cars, it's all the calls that car will be doing, including the calls that they may go into Naramata with or Caledon. And, we have areas of the area in the south here that, communities, for example, OK Falls, Caledon, don't have an ambulance station. But, depending on where the ambulances are, it may be Summerland that's doing a call in OK Falls just because they happen to be in the area or passing through the area. Or likewise, Karamias might be traveling through there. So the data that we get for you is based on that unit working out of that community, not necessarily just in the community itself.
I will add too, if I could, the stats that that Mr. Biscaric gave out at the very beginning includes events that happen in all those areas, even if they're outlying rural areas. So when we talk about 11 minutes on a yellow call, for instance, or on a red call, that includes all calls in all areas, not just specifically for a downtown Penticton per se. So that would include Caledon or OK Falls.
Thank you. Any follow-up on that, Director Monty? Any other questions for BCEHS? I'm looking for. Well, I'm not seeing any further questions. Thank you very much for providing that information for us. We really appreciate it, and it really helps with our understanding. CA Newell, is there anything else that we need to take care of in regards to this discussion?
Are you talking about just pertinent to BC ambulance, Mr. Chair?
Yes, I believe the RC you aren't hearing. I'm somebody asking a question.
So I got a quick question regarding Manning Park. Does Princeton cover Manning Park, or does that come out of Hope?
That's Hope. Hope covers it. But again, as we saw during the flooding, when Hope gets busy or it gets busy in the Fraser Valley, Princeton may be pulled up, or Merritt, a unit from Merritt might be pulled down to help and assist as well. So, yeah, but typically it will be a response from the Hope side.
Okay.
Can I just?
Do you see more across?
Sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to conclude with something else. So go ahead with your question there, sir.
Oh no, it's okay. I was just going to ask if you're seeing more crossover between Merritt and Princeton.
Yeah, I think we do see a lot of cross coverage for both. So a couple of things that happen is if we have two resources available in let's say Princeton, and Merritt is tasked with some other calls, so it pulls the unit away from the community, we may take one of those units out of Princeton to help support both communities. They may be stationed somewhere in between to help. So we do move resources, and as you saw during the flooding, we kept Princeton covered using resources from other communities. For example, we would upstaff cars out of Karamias or out of Princeton or Merritt and help bring those units down to keep that community covered as well. So whatever the situation arises, if we get a road closure, for example, during the flooding, we will move our resources around into different areas to ensure that we keep good coverage all around.
Thank you.
I just wanted to conclude
Thank you.
as well, folks, is that if Mr. Roberts, if you could maybe just, if I can share the other data for the other communities, if I can share that with you, and you could forward that off, like for Summerland and Penticton and such, if that will that be okay?
I appreciate that. What probably would be best is it went to our services here at the RDOS, and then they can disseminate it through to the Hall of Directors.
Sure.
Christy Walden's
To
probably.
Christy Malden.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Just an opportunity. No? Well, thank you very much again for coming and informing us on all that is going on and how things are working and the changes that are taking place. Really appreciate you coming. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks for the invite.
Thank
We'll
you.
see you. We'll see you in a few months.
CAO, I believe the next delegation is on here.
They are expected to arrive around 9:45, Mr. Chair. So they'll be shown into the Similkameen room as soon as they arrive. I could give the board committee an update on our emergency preparedness training that's ongoing right now. That the committee or the board just approved a contract for with Red Dragon, if that would be appropriate.
Thank you, CAO. I think that would be great.
So, lots of money out there right now for emergency preparedness, specifically around wildfire preparedness and anything to do with interface wildfires. But there's also funds available for emergency operations centers to train. The regional district was successful in obtaining, I think it was about a $75,000 grant for this year. And we retained Red Dragon Consulting, which is Paul Edmonds and his associates, to prepare that for us. So our regional district EOC management team and our core workers in the EOC had a discussion last week. This week, Paul Edmonds and his associates are out to each of the member municipalities, working with their emergency management teams, also having discussions and talking about their state of preparedness. And then there is a functional exercise set for May 16th. So all of the 6 member municipalities will be participating in their own EOCs. And the intent of that is not only to talk about states of readiness, but also about regional cooperation and how the member municipalities fit into the regional emergency preparedness structure. So we're looking forward to that, and that should answer, I think, a lot of questions as to overlap and who's going to be doing what. As committee knows, the Emergency Program Act sets out that each local government has to have an emergency organization, and they each have to have an emergency response plan. And so we're also going to be running joint training on the plan reviews themselves. We'll do a hazard assessment and then reviewing how that cooperates regionally throughout each of the 6 plans. And then from a regional perspective, in our emergency management program, this regional program, we really focus on training and exercising and coordination. And then when there's an event, we're by all means ready to assist local governments if they call us in. So examples of that, we know that with Christie Mountain Fire, we were busy out in the electoral areas. The city of Penticton, at the appropriate time, activated their emergency operations center, and they were worried about the Christie Mountain Fire coming into the geographic boundary of the city and how they could evacuate the citizens within that inner perimeter that they thought the fire may go into. And we were working closely with them on that. For the November, December floods, we were working closely with Princeton, who had activated their emergency operations center and were responding to the floods within the town boundaries. We had our own problems out in the electoral areas throughout electoral area H, G, and B. So it's a matter of then cooperation and coordination and just understanding what each party is going to be doing and how we can support each other, who has resources, how we can share resources, how we can make best use of resources, and how we can support site. So that's the training that we're involved in. And then also the focus of this exercise that will happen on May 16th, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, CEO. Does anybody have any questions in regards to that information? I do have one question. I'm wondering, was January, I believe, that we got a recovery manager now. And I'm wondering whether or not in that kind of training, as we see things moving forward into 2022, is that part of the emergency services and training going to have a little bit larger of a footprint, let's say in our community support systems? Again, I know it's very new, and I'm wondering again whether or not that tied into some of the training or access to funds and support for those issues after an event.
No, those the town of Princeton has a recovery manager and the regional district has a recovery manager, and those were tied specifically to the flood. So that is about helping those citizens that were adversely impacted by the floods and the municipalities. We didn't suffer damage to our infrastructure itself, either in Tulameen or throughout the electoral areas, but the town of Princeton certainly did. So both of our recovery managers, the regional one and the town, are working together to try and offer as much support as we can for those citizens that were impacted, and trying to get as back to normal as possible due to the damage that was caused in that time. But those are term positions based on grants, and they won't perpetuate past the recovery from the flood.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Nobody was still me room there. So I gather this is not a place and time for interpretive dance, so if anybody else has any kinds of questions or issues or comments in regards to protective services, this would be a good time. Director Mark?
Yeah, I didn't want to hold things up, so I didn't bring this up, but they gave them stats and, the median response times, and it's a number, and you could give the median, you could give the mean. A statistician would want the standard deviation. I guess my subjective question to them were, are there any situations where there's any outliers? If there's a serious call, the average may be good, the median may be good, but if there's some calls out there where it took an hour and a half on a serious call, we wouldn't see that in the stats. And I guess my question would be, how do you, stats aside, subjectively, are we getting the coverage that we need? And next time.
That's a good question, and for next time, I think it's important, and I've been encouraging, and the manager Piscaric has stated they're going to come quarterly, and I think if we could have questions posed to them, again, they're just gathering the information, going further up the ladder, and getting that. But to answer part of your question, because of my role with BC Ambulance, it's for instance, you could have at the Karamias ambulance station that I work at, and then somebody has chest pain at the store 2 blocks away. But the same idea is that right now, one of the 2 cars that are in the community, one can be in an emergency heading towards Headley, another one can be doing a transfer, and the car from Osoyoos coming to cover Karamias could be at Nighthawk. So, you know, a lot of times it's, again, you know, you're looking at these resources and they're always moving, and there's not a dedicated specific ambulance for absolutely every individual. And so sometimes you could, there's your, you know, your outlier, right? Somebody's sitting out here, all the resources are out of town. And I think that's also important for us when we're looking at these stats as directors in our areas. Also look at the where we're going and how the service is working with first responders, because again, that's where that is very important. And so we're looking. I know Carameus has just recently, for the very first time in its history, taken up the first responder program, which will be up and running at the end of this month. So exciting. But yeah, it'd be really good, and I think if we can give that information to Mrs. Malden and have her forward that to BC Ambulance, they would love to. Even if we just did that today, they'd probably get back to us and then send it to her so it can be sent back out to all the directors. CAO, it looks like I believe our delegation is arriving.
It seems like they're trickling in, Mr. Chair. I'm sure Superintendent Hunter could get us kicked off, but he does have other participants on his team that will be coming in.
Yeah, certainly, and thank you through to the chair. We can start whenever you're ready, and they'll be here. The others, I talk first anyway, and they'll be here within a couple minutes.
Excellent, thank you. Could you proceed? That'd be great.
Well, thank you for having us here today. So I'm going to start with Penticton Municipal, roll into Penticton Rural, and briefly talk about Naramata, Kaleden, and OK Falls. I appreciate the board having us here today to discuss our local crime statistics. So for the municipality of Penticton, I did present on Tuesday to Mayor and Council. So I'll just quickly go through our crime statistics. Our overall calls for service for the quarter compared to 2021 is down 7%. Total violent crime in the municipality of Penticton is down 10%, and property crime is down 5%. I do want to talk real briefly. You'll see auto theft, which includes cars, trucks, and motorcycles, etc., is up 48%. Part of that is the previous year in Q1, it was at 56, but I can tell you in 2019 there were 83 stolen vehicles. 2020 there were 74. So with 2021 being lower, 2022 definitely displayed a higher number, and certainly that percentage. Real briefly, the most common targeted vehicles were Ford F-Series pickup trucks. They're a preferred stolen vehicle by a lot of the criminals. They're used in subsequent crimes. It's a heavy vehicle that can certainly ram itself through various objects if they need, and unfortunately including the police. When we try to stop these stolen vehicles, invariably I don't know of a case in recent time where the operator of a stolen vehicle actually stopped for us. They drive very erratically and dangerous, which is a challenge for us. The number 2 stolen vehicle were Honda Civics. And I can tell you that over 25% of the stolen vehicles, the keys were either left in the ignition or within the vehicle compartments somewhere. So I do ask that we try to prevent thefts by securing our keys, etc. For the municipality of Penticton, we do have a prolific offender in custody who we feel is responsible for many of our stolen vehicles and other break-and-enters and robberies, not only in our community but throughout the region. Anecdotally, I can tell you, since this person's been in custody, our vehicle thefts have dropped significantly in the community. In regards to the rural crime stats, so these are the numbers. Our calls for service for the entire rural area are down 5%. When I itemize the crime types here, this is for our rural areas outside of Naramata, Kaleden, and OK Falls. And the one item I want to talk about here, everyone has seen the report, I don't have to go line by line, but just theft other, you'll see it went from 5 to 13, which signifies an increase of 160%. We had recurring instances of thefts and mischief from industrial properties on Green Mountain Road. They were targeting copper wire theft and those types of things, which is a contributing factor to the increase in those events. As for Naramata, Kaleden, and OK Falls, you can see all the numbers remain very, very low. If we have an incident, say in OK Falls, fraud went up 100%, but we went from 2 files to 4 files over a period of 90 days. It's still quite a small number, and I'm very pleased with the stats that we have in those areas. I want to talk real briefly about prolific offenders. Recently in the media last week, the Urban Mayors Caucus in the Lower Mainland area, also including Kelowna and Kamloops, had a discussion about prolific offenders and how it's having a significant impact in their communities. Between Abbotsford, Burnaby, Coquitlam, Kamloops, Kelowna, Nanaimo, Prince George, Richmond, Victoria, and Vancouver, they provided statistics of their top prolific offenders. These are the folks that are committing most of the havoc in their communities. And between these communities, those prolific offenders had an average of 57 contacts with the police in a 1-year period. I need to stress that doesn't mean there were 57 crimes, but these are 57 files generated by the police in dealing with those prolifics. I put together some numbers for Penticton detachment, which would include the rural area, and I just had a look at our 5 top prolific offenders, and from April 1st to April 1st, they averaged 93 police files at the detachment. And one of those prolifics had 98 contacts with us. Interestingly enough, they were also in jail for 127 days during that period. So indeed an active prolific offender. There's one prolific offender I do want to highlight, which demonstrates that they don't have boundaries. They don't consider, okay, there's the boundary for Penticton, now I'm heading into OK Falls, now Oliver, maybe I'm not going to commit crime down there. That just doesn't exist. We had a prolific offender who had 52 police files with Penticton detachment for that 1-year period. But for our region, within Penticton, South Okanagan, Milkameen Regional Detachment, they had 145 contacts. The one prolific that we currently have in custody, I can tell you, they're committing crimes in Oliver, they're committing crimes in Summerland, OK Falls, throughout the region, and it is an issue. For those following the news, there's to be an announcement today by the provincial government. David Eby and Minister Farnworth are going to discuss I believe it's been worded as a creative strategy to manage prolific offenders in the province. I'm very interested to hear what they have to say in that regard. And lastly, I want to touch upon mental health related calls. Once again, it remains prevalent in our communities. I can tell you for Penticton detachment, last time I discussed in 2019, our calls for service that had a mental health component to the call was up 19% from 2019. Our calls in 2021 were up 28% from 2020. And for the first quarter of 2022, our calls that have a mental health component related to the call is up 23%. It's not going down. It is getting worse. And with that, I just want to do a shout out to the city of Penticton for bringing a resolution forward through SILGA, our Southern Interior Local Government Association, to really press the government for Car 40, there's different names, Car 40 program, Car 67, the PAC program. In essence, what it is we are pushing and we need a medical professional to attend these calls of mental health concern with the police. They're the experts, it's a medical issue, and we should have the medical experts helping us with that. So I do applaud the city for bringing that resolution forward, which received unanimous support through SILGA, and I'm excited to see where this may go and to get the pressure there of the province to help the police with these medical issues that are plaguing our calls for service. And with that, I'll take any questions related to Penticton.
Questions for the superintendent and what he's given so far? Not seeing any, I'll move it back to superintendent. Oh, I see Director Canola.
Thank you, to the chair. Commissioner Hunter, is there any possibility of getting the mental health stats broke down into the various municipalities, or do they have to be area wide?
Yeah, so those mental health calls that I reported on are for the entire Penticton detachment, not our PSOS. So Penticton Municipal and Rural. It is a very involved process that we work through our Southeast District crime analyst to get these numbers together. It would be of a significant challenge to break it down further, but we can certainly next period report on the trends at our regional detachments for you. We'll work on getting those numbers.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other follow-up or other questions? Not seeing any, I'll pass it back to Superintendent Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're just going to go in order through the report, and next up we'll have Sergeant Preston just discuss what's happening in Summerland.
All right, thank you to the board for having me. Summerland, we didn't have an increase of calls for service for this quarter. Violent crime, we actually had a decrease of 27%. Property crime, we did see a 38% increase. And of note for the property crime, we had auto theft, we went from 10. And again, to sort of narrow down those 10, 3 of them were just attempts. They weren't successful in taking out the vehicle. 2 of them, keys were left inside the vehicle. 2 of them were what we call taywalks, which take without consent, or if a family member or friend takes a vehicle and doesn't return it when they were supposed to, and they go out and don't return it, we consider that as a in all the vehicles, though, of all 10 were recovered. They were recovered in neighboring detachments in West Kelowna. Mischief to property, we had a significant amount of TELUS wires that were cut. Almost 21% of the mischief were the TELUS lines that were cut. We do know the individual that's actively investigating that. Then the theft other, which was a significant amount increase, that was 217%. So we went from 6 to 19. 5 of those were liquor related. And through video surveillance that was provided to us, we identified the individuals responsible. One in particular was someone who has been charged and awaiting several charges, not just from Summerland, but from other jurisdictions as well. They have been charged and waiting the court process. And 3 of the other ones they've been identified, and we've processed them in alternative measures with the owners of the liquor stores. There was other the other property or the theft others were relatively minor in nature, such as like a license plate, cell phone, a mirror, firewood. So relatively no big, significant properties. So, and That is it for me. Any questions?
Thank you, Sergeant President. Any questions for your Summerland? Not seeing any. I guess one thing would be nice that if TELUS is eventually all fiber, I guess they won't be stealing copper anymore. Back to Superintendent Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're gonna slide over Highway 3 and have Sergeant Hughes talk about what's happening in Princeton.
Good morning, and thank you to the chair and the board for having us. I brought today with me Princeton's Ops NCO, Corporal Kyle Richmond. He's been with us for 2 years. I'd like to introduce him to the group and the process here. And then I'll speak to one of the initiatives in Princeton. So, being the beginning of our fiscal year, it's the start of our new annual performance plan. So our 3 initiatives this year are substance abuse, drugs, safety, we had last year, and employee wellness.
It's awfully noisy out there.
So our traffic safety, by far our most active call for service is traffic related, whether it be MBIs or driving complaints, that type of thing. So we're doing very well with our enforcement stats on that. And our substance abuse drugs initiative this year, Corporal Richmond comes with a background in this and has made leaps and bounds progress in this. So what we're doing this year is targeting the houses and the residents where these types of people are living, and just for lack of a better term, hammering them, putting pressure on them. And we've moved one along thanks to the efforts of Corporal Richmond, and that's where we come into our stats, and you see our assaults and our uttering threats and our domestic violent crime. Most of those reductions are due to that moving that one person along. Some of our stats that are up, auto theft is up from 1 to 6. So 1 is an incredibly low for a 3-month period of time, incredibly low number. That jump of 5, 4 of those are all attributed to one person. We know who that person is, and we've since moved him along as well. That being said, those vehicles are unlocked motorcycles, unsecured motorcycles, and camper trailers. B&Es are up. Again, one of those is the trailer stolen from a storage yard. 2 were rural homes. 3 of them were attempts. One of those attempts was just people snooping around in the public works yard at the township. And it was left insecure after the flood, so the cameras picked them up moving around in there. Total calls for service are up, which is expected. It's up a very little bit, but the criminal code files are up to be expected with the increased traffic through the area during the time. Highway closures and in the other areas of the province kind of force people through Princeton. So with more people come more files. So that's not out of character for the situation. We're doing very well with people right now. We're full. We have 5 constables with Corporal Richmond as a corporal, myself as the area commander, 3 PSEs and victim services. Princeton is a happy place to be right now. Is any questions?
Thank you, Sergeant Hughes. Any questions for Sergeant Hughes? Nope. Not seeing any. Well, thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Back to Superintendent Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're going to discuss Karamias, and I know the commander there, Corporal Chad Parsons. I do want to speak on his behalf a little bit. It's been a challenging time in Karamias, in alignment with my comment about these calls that we're attending with a mental health component. As most on the call are aware, we had a very significant event with one of our police officers in Karamias this quarter, where we were there to assist a person who was having a breakdown and trying to assist them in getting some help. Our member was stabbed in the chest, very significant injury. They're still off. They're going to be off for quite some time recovering. by the grace of God, he wasn't killed in that event. And it's just a display of what our officers go through. It's been very tough for the detachment. It's been tough for all of us, but we're persevering. I met with the member last week. He's in decent spirits considering what happened to him, but it's definitely a long road to recovery, and it's a demonstration of what our officers face every day, and at times very, very dangerous and potentially deadly situations. But with that, I'll pass it over to Chad to talk about what's going on in Kearmias.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to the board for having me. So just go through the stats here quickly. Total calls for service overall is just up 1%, only 4 files. Violent crimes is down 17%, which is always a good thing to see. Any increase comes into property crime. So we had, it shows an overall decrease, but so we had a break and enter into residence, an increase of 200%. It's only 3 break and enters. 2 of those houses are actually the same residence that was the owner of that residence was on vacation for a period of time, and it was targeted by people traveling through the area. We know who they are, and there's charges going to be forwarded on those people. The next biggest increase was mischief to property. That went from 3 to 8, and that's like theft of fuels. There's a couple problem residents that we've dealt with. Those people have moved on, and there's one prolific offender in the area that we're concentrating on as well, who we know who's targeting farms and orchards and stealing fuel and stuff like that. Overall, for what the detachment has gone through, our numbers do look positive. Losing the 1 member has made it difficult for staffing, but the rest of the region is helping us out with that. So with everyone's help, we're getting through it, and we'll get to the end of it. So we do have a new member that's been transferred to Kearmias from the North District. She's going to be coming down in the next couple of months. She's going to come on a house hunting trip, and hopefully she'll be living in Kearmias. We do have another new member that started just before Christmas, who's now living in Kearmias as well. And I know that was an issue for the community not having a member living there, so I'm happy to say that we could potentially have 2 living there in the next short while. Really, that's all I have for today, but I'm open for any questions.
Well, thank you. That was great to hear that we have the possibility of 2 moving into our area. Really appreciate that. Any questions in regards to the Kearmias detachment? Not seeing them, I'll move back to Superintendent. Oh, I have Director Bauer.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to pass on our sincere sympathies for the officer who was stabbed. It's hopefully he is recovering quickly. And I also like to thank Corporal Parson for his approachability and his involvement in all the cases that are of concern regarding our area and Kearmias. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. No other calls? Okay, so Superintendent Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're going to be moving on to Oliver. I just want to make a couple of comments. There is definitely a little bit of red markings on the statistics for Oliver. You know, it's interesting, Sergeant Wrigglesworth took command of that detachment just over a year ago, and the numbers, I'm not sure if the board recalls, but they've been very, very good. They've been going down, 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 down. So what eventually happens with that is at some point in time, because it was so good one year, the next year is going to look really bad. It doesn't mean that it's really bad. It's just in a comparative world. And conveniently, Sergeant Wrigglesworth is away on training today somewhere. So he has left. His second in command, Corporal Paul Simons, is here to just report on what's happening in Oliver. I'm sure he'll discuss a few of the numbers there, but Yeah, we'll have to razz Don Wrigglesworth when he's back for the next meeting. Over to you, Paul.
So yes, just like some of my counterparts, the previous quarter was pretty low, so unfortunately ours bounded up a little higher than some of the others. With regards to like assault that caused bodily harm at the top there, that's just make note, some of that is, half of that, about 49%, comes from the prison institution there. And that itself is up 76%. And I think some of that probably contributes that I think there was less incarceration being done at this time last year. And then they also were spacing out the inmates more, so there's a little less friction going on there. And I think there's a bit of a return to normal there. So thus some of the tension's gone up there, and we get more calls for service with that. Again, a lot of that's just dealt with internally. You have their own sanctions, the segregation and such, so it doesn't always involve police too much when it comes to the prison. Some of the other ones, maybe just of note, like the bicycle theft is up 500%. Some of that might even cross over into the break and enters category here, just because we've had a couple instances where somebody or a couple of people have got into an underground parkade and they made off with 3 bikes. And the other instance was a trailer park where a couple bikes were stolen from there pretty much at the same period. So that's obviously a couple or 1 or 2 people have gone through. It was a crime of opportunity, unlocked bikes. So that would account for some of there's gone from 1 to 6. Well, 5 of them were down in 2 instances. Plus, we did recover 1 last night, just as I was going off shift. It was one of the more valuable ones too, so a little headway on that. And also just tying in with some of the bike theft, I know we did have a bike shop that was tentatively going to open in Oliver. That character from Penticton here, he had a falling out with the landlord. He had a whole bunch of his bikes and equipment in there, and the landlord basically locked him out. Somebody broke back in and stole all the equipment back, but the owner of the bikes doesn't seem too concerned. So we have a feeling that that kind of all ties together, that he basically stole his own stuff back. So there's a little crossover with the stats there. And with some of the other theft, we've seen a rise in fuel theft as well. That probably corresponds with the price of fuel. And propane tanks were a hot commodity over this period as well. I know break-ins kind of crosses over into the break-in category because they were breaking into compound at a particular gas station, stealing the propane tanks. I imagine as the weather warms up, because I think some of these people are living in vehicles, RVs and such around the area, so they're probably using it to heat their RVs. I imagine as we warm up, we might see a little less theft of those, so stay tuned for that. Shoplifting again up, but at least one incident, that's 3 people who were traveling down the valley. We caught them, that they'd already done 4 shoplifting events coming down the valley. So again, it's one group inflates the numbers considerably. So our numbers are up, but they're not up dramatically from previous years. So sort of sums up some of the red on there anyway. Does anybody have any questions on that, or? Yes?
Thank you. I have Director Knodel.
I need a little more.
Thank you very much for that. First off, to apologize to Superintendent Hunter. I believe I addressed you as Commissioner. I apologize for that. Corporal Simmons was brave enough to stand up and take this report for Sergeant Wrigglesworth. I believe he owes you a steak dinner for this one. It's got to be put forward a report that looks more like a poinsettia than anything else. Has been warning of this day for quite some time, and here it is. It's here. I had to admonish him last week for his always having to be a chronic overachiever and always having to be right. But yeah, as said, it was coming. Most of us have been at this long enough to realize that one report is just a sliver of things. It's not a good basis of statistics So the statue in front of Town Hall doesn't have to put its hands in the air just yet, but it's concerning. Possibly the reduction in CERB money is having something to do with this. And we've also had an early influx of transients too, as Corporal Clemens was indicating. What really is concerning is the uptake in violent crime, and I'm really concerned that one day we're going to start seeing a crossover between the violent crime and the property crime. Some of that's been happening at the coast, and trends sometimes move this way. That being said, I did ask Sergeant Rigglesworth to use his crystal ball and try to give it his rending on when we'd see a downturn in this. He's not quite so forthcoming when it's going in the other direction. Caution, probably wise. For the most part, I've seen the dedication of our department, and I know this must be hard on them, but it's just one report, and we will move forward. And I'd like to thank our department for the work that they do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Question for Director Johansson.
Thank you, Chair. Just wondering where the violent crime OCC, you mentioned it's in the assault category. Is it also in the violent crime total category? I'm just wondering where those 30 files are also included in that report.
You want me to speak to that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so thank you through to your chair. So, and it's good that you asked the question because it's another thing that we report on. So there were 47 events of assault, which includes common assault, assault with a weapon, cause bodily harm. So what we do is, for example, domestic violence is, of those 47, 10 were domestic violence. So of those 47, 30 occurred at the OCC. So we're breaking down where those offenses took place.
Thank you. Any follow-up?
Yeah, so in the violent crime total, that's just the total of all the violent crime, which would include OCC as well?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and through to the chair, I also want to clarify, so we itemize for these, we call them mayor reports, local government reports. We itemize certain crime types that are most common. We don't itemize them all. So you can't take a look at, say, assaults, sex offenses, uttering threats. That's not going to add up to your total violent crime. Our total violent crime is every single crime type that is categorized as violent. That's our total, but we don't mention them all. Same with property crime. You're not going to add up all the bike thefts, B&E, shoplifting, and it's not going to come to 147 that you see in Oliver. We just itemize the high-flying types of crime types. Otherwise, this report, instead of 10 pages, would be 35 pages. And we're not going to get into the minutia of one of these and two of those. So I'm glad the question came forward, so just to clarify what these statistics mean.
Thank you, Director. Johansson has one further follow-up, and then I'll move on to the next director.
Thanks for that information, Brian. Look forward to seeing you. I hope you're going to be at our council meeting this coming Monday for some further follow-up. But one thing I did talk to Don earlier this week about, and I think it would really be valuable, just as reporting the files in the community, would be to break out all of our municipal and all of our rural. I think now that we are taking on 70% of our RCMP department, it would really be good to see what's happening rurally compared to all of our municipal. And I got word back that that should be able to happen, and I'll be looking forward to that in the future.
Yeah, and just to comment on that through the Mr. Chair, absolutely. I discussed it with our crime analysts, so that'll also be the case for Osoyoos detachment. Moving forward, we'll separate Osoyoos municipal versus Osoyoos rural, Oliver municipal versus Oliver rural. It'll add a little bit to the report, but it'll definitely define where the crime's taking place. So I appreciate that input, your work.
Perfect, thank you. Director Coyne is next. Oh, questions?
He asked my question.
He asked your question.
Yeah.
Any other questions for? Not seeing any, pass it back to Superintendent Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we're going to finish off our presentation with Sergeant Beta, who's going to report on what's happening in Osoyoos.
Thank you to the chair and the board. I think I'm probably in a really good position here, although I have a little bit of red on my paper here. It's certainly, I feel fortunate to be able to follow all of her stats and not have to report on something as maybe, or that looks as negative. So I feel fortunate right now. Getting into our stats, for this quarter compared to quarter one in 2021, we had 80 more files. So that is naturally going to increase the numbers on the majority of our stats that we're collecting here, or at least it should. I would expect things to go up quite a bit when we have that many more files. And that's shown in our violent crime, where we've gone from 12 to 15. But although we've gone up 3, I would have expected that to go up more just because of the significant more number of files. But so I'm actually pleased with where we are. We're actually on par pretty much with everything in our violent categories. As Superintendent Hunter pointed out, the way the stats are taken, 8 of our assaults are listed also under the domestic violence. So it's almost a duplicate report. We had 15 under the common assault with a weapon and assault causing bodily harm category there. 14 of those were common assault, and again the domestics are included in those. One of those was assault with a weapon, and that was a domestic situation where a bottle was a person was struck with a bottle. So we categorize that as assault with a weapon. So overall, yeah, we do have some red there, but I'm actually quite pleased with where we're at there, considering the increase in the number of files we've had altogether, because we really can't control the number of files we're going to get. Just depends on how many people are coming to our town or who we have in our town. Having said that, I want to thank Sergeant Hughes and Corporal Richmond. And I say this sarcastically because they speak about the pressure they put on one of their prolific offenders to move them out of their community. So I happen to be the recipient of their prolific offender, and Osoyoos happens to be the recipient of that. So we will continue to put the pressure on this person. I expect this person's heavily involved in property crime. I expect that they will remain active, and we will be paying this person a considerable amount of visits and a lot of our time to ensure either we push them on to our next community, maybe Oliver, Karamias, Penticton, or elsewhere. But no, what we really need is we need these people to be held accountable and held in jail, because creating all this crime in one community, then moving to the next isn't solving the problem. It's just creating work for each community. So what we really need to do is hopefully we'll see some changes that have been spoken about in the media lately about the prolific offenders and different ways of the courts dealing with them. And I don't really want to speak too much about that, but there's certain things that need to change. Property crime, slight increase in auto theft, went from 3 to 5. That was one car, 2 pickup trucks, a dump trailer, and a backhoe. The majority of those have been recovered. And then break and enter businesses, as we went from 4 to 6. 4 of those break and enter businesses occurred on the night of January 3rd and the morning of January 4th. They all had the same method of operation, where the door was pried to the business, and the person was searching for petty cash, and in some cases got a small amount. We believe that was one person that was coming through a community, being that it happened over the one night, and then they basically stopped. One of the things that I remind business owners to consider is, if you can, to remove your petty cash do not leave it on site at night, and to post a sign on your door stating that there's petty cash is not left on site. And hopefully that will help deter persons forcing their way into to look for that stuff. Mischief to property, a lot of these were, they've gone up a little bit, they've gone up by 4. A lot of these were loss of enjoyment of property, and they're also captured in their duplicate to our domestic violence files, where a family member or a couple family members were arguing, and so we scored that as domestic violence, but we also scored as mischief to loss of enjoyment of property. Other than that, property crime only went up by 2. Again, very little increase considering the amount of files we had. So I'm pleased about that. And when we look at our top 10 calls of service, although we're seeing violent violent crime totals in the red right now, they haven't even made our top 10 list. So we're still very low on the violent crime in town, and again, very pleased about that. So at that point, I'll certainly take some questions.
I have a question from Director McCordoff.
Thank you very much to all of you for presenting these stats. Well done, Sergeant Beta. We're proud of you from down at the end of the valley. My concern is that we're starting into tourist season, and I'm a little bit concerned about Osoyoos for sure, but I would think all of the other areas in South Okanagan are going to see an increase in boat traffic, which is another whole issue that concerns me, and visitors. And I'm wondering if any plans have been formulated as to how we can best deal with these when we have an increase in all of our areas.
I'll speak on behalf of the group of us here, and perhaps if any other commander wants to engage through to Mr. Chair. So what we do what we call a summer policing plan. We do it every single year. All of our detachments are going to have an influx in people visiting our community, and we don't necessarily equate the tourists of committing crimes or more problems, but there's certainly more opportunities for our prolifics to commit crime. And you know, when people are traveling to this area of the province and enjoying themselves, sometimes they enjoy themselves a little bit too much, and then certainly we'll get a call for service in that regard. So I can tell you, I'll speak for Penticton. During the summer months, we actually redeploy some of our plainclothes positions into uniform positions to enhance our frontline policing to attend to those calls for service. Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights, we do enhanced policing through overtime shifts for extra boots on the road. And over and above the general summer policing plan for our anticipated increase in calls for service, every single community also has those big events that happen in the community. And with those events, we will have a separate operational plan specific to that event, which often involves bringing in members from other detachments to supplement our resources to deal with the significant increase in our population related to those events. And we all know what those events are throughout our communities. A real example is Tulameen Days. We do a robust policing plan for that event, which includes extra members, and we engage our highway patrol folks as well to control the community and traffic and impaired driving. So we definitely have a plan in place for that, and unless somebody wants to comment on their specific plans, I know all of our detachments do that.
Yeah, I think the only thing I would add to that is Osoyoos obviously has July 1st, which is a very big event, and our August long weekend is also big. So one of the things that we do as part of the summer plan is a leave restriction for those specific events. So we have a full allotment of staff, and Superintendent Hunter mentioned we do bring extra staff in for those as well. So I think that's the only thing I would add.
Thank you. And there was a follow-up from Director Monteith, and I'll be moving on to Director Sentis.
McCordoff, not Monteith.
Oh,
She's on that side. That's okay. Thank you very much. Sergeant Beta, I know that that we will be speaking together with the bylaw officers, RCMP, fire department because it's our 25th annual fireworks display, and it's bigger and better than ever apparently. And so I think we will get you involved in some of the planning for that day, and that's okay with you.
Absolutely. Yeah, I've typically tried to be involved in the planning as much as I can every year, and I recognize that these fireworks come from a lot of donations from our community, and by not having them last year, I understand there's an increase in donations that was held over, so I expect great fireworks and a lot of people to come, and we'll certainly be ready for it, and I think it's going to be a great event.
Thank you very much for your help.
Thank you, and Director Sentis.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to add my appreciation to the comments for the concerns stated by Osuyas, because Penticton is also a destination in the summer, and as we have seen, all of our festivals are returning this year. It's going to be very, very busy, and so with that influx of tourism, which we love and we invite, but sometimes they can party too much. So it's reassuring to know that you have a plan and how you will address it. So thank you again for that answer. It answers some of the concerns we would have in Penticton as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for? I see Director Vasilaki.
Thank you very much, and through the chair, I don't really have a question, but I want to show my appreciation to the service that the detachments throughout the South Okanagan, Similkameen, the service that they give the public. And you know, a lot of people don't understand the complexity that the RCMP has to go through in order to protect every one of us in our municipalities and the rural areas. It's not only the criminal element that you're looking after, but you also have to take care of those other issues such as mental health and homelessness that other groups should be looking after, like the provincial government, interior health, and those other groups, and they throw it in your lap. And that's a huge distraction to the work that you're to do for the public when it comes to mischief and all the bad behavior that's happening in our community. So I'd like to thank all of you very, very much, all the commanders and all the members of the detachments for the work that you're doing for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Superintendent Hunter, is there any follow-up or other information that you have for us today?
No, other than to say, you know, I have 29 years service. Of that, I've been a detachment commander for 18 of those years through all the ranks of the RCMP in many, many communities. And the relationship and support of everyone on this call within the entire region is absolutely outstanding and the best I've seen and worked with. So we're all appreciative of your support, and the only way we carry on getting through this is together. So I just thank everyone for that.
Well, again, thank you very much for your presentation, and again, passing on the appreciation. Oh, there. Sorry, Ron, you're bottom of the screen there. We have Director Obrick has a question.
Yes, and thank you to the chair. I just have a couple comments, and I like to echo what Director Vasilaki said and others with respect to appreciation generally, and I'd like to add specifically to Constable Bayless and Constable Delabar in our community. I wanted to make a few specific comments for the benefit of all the members and for the board as well. We've had, I'm going to be specific on three things, then be general. We had three events recently of concern in our community. One, our William Jessup Snodgrass plaque was stolen a few days ago off the monument at the Christie Memorial beachfront. And this is a memorial to the founder of the community. I've spoken with Constable Bayless already, but the community, it's an example of that miscellaneous property mischief crime, why they took it, what's the purpose, but it leads into community concern. The second is a home invasion, which I'm sure the police are aware of, April 20th. I understand somebody has been apprehended, but a lot of community concern about that one, theft and other issues there, safety, obviously. The third, I had a call this morning at 9:13, and this call from a community member had an incident last evening in their home, in their yard. Truck, suspicious, husband engaged, asked them to leave. And the call I had this morning, family very concerned. Question I put was, have you called the police? The answer, no. And I asked, well, you got to call the police. It's important. And I hear about the stress in community. They don't call the police because the police don't show up, and it goes on. And I said, you got to give the police a chance. You have to call. That's our job. This is urgent. Call and let the police have a chance to respond. And that call this morning, I mentioned that I would speak to it. I mentioned that they're not alone in that anxiety. So we've had a couple meetings the last couple months. Again, Constable Bayless has been wonderful. Constable Delabar came out. Alexis, a new member, came out on an April 13 meeting. The April 13 meeting was rough. It's the roughest meeting I've seen in our community ever. About 20 people showed up. Many were upset. The meeting, I think Facebook people showed up who maybe were, there was confusion on who was invited. But if you listen to the community concern, there's legitimate concern, there's real fear, there's anxiety, and there's misinformation, there's misunderstanding. I emphasize in these public meetings that the police know about these concerns, the police care, the police share our concern, the police are committed to working with us. Now, we've been working on community policing initiatives. I know Superintendent Hunter knows that I began this with Superintendent DeJagger going back 3 years now. COVID has interrupted that. We're working to bring that back, and we sure appreciate all the good help available from the police. Concerns include the 201, and the list goes on. The opportunity is exciting. What I see when I hear people who are angry, when I hear people who are upset and afraid and saying things that are just not accurate, what I hear is concern. These are people who care, they show up, and this is the opportunity that's been presented to us now. So I am speaking with Constable Bayless and Delabar and getting good support. We're going to have community meetings. We'll be doing this publicly. The police will show up, the police will listen, the police will answer questions. But together, I think what we can do is really help this community get some comfort. When we talk about that mental stress, that anxiety, and some of it may be COVID related, sometimes the misinformation itself is contributing to some of that harm. And I think I just want to say thank you, because we are getting good communications to me from the police, and I really appreciate it. And I just want to lift it to the next level and get better communications into the public. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak and be heard. Thank you.
Lieutenant Hunter, is there any follow-up to that from Director Thornton?
No, through the chair, appreciate the comments, and it's in alignment with my previous comment that we're all in this together, and including community members to explore solutions with our ongoing issues. And I look forward to the opportunity with everyone on the call to work in your communities to make it.
Well, thank you very much. And again, Really appreciate your presentation and everyone's reports. I don't see any further hands or questions. Director Barclay.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to say anything, but Mayor Salaki, I wanted to follow up with his point that the mental health issue. You know, you hire extra bylaw enforcement officers and stuff, and you sort of think, well, maybe mental health officer would be good, but he's absolutely right. This is a provincial responsibility, and what can the RDOS do to put pressure on the province to take up this responsibility instead of ignoring it? Are there any suggestions? Are there things that maybe I'm not aware of that the RDOS has done? Any suggestions from the RCMP?
I can go first on that. You know, it's not unlike the Urban Mayors Caucus who brought matters forward to the government. Everyone on this call, either directly or indirectly, has an opportunity through UBCM. I don't think I can be any more clear in every single presentation I have, whether it be at this particular meeting or council meeting with the city of Penticton, that we are overwhelmed and do not have the capacity to deal with our calls for service. And the primary reason for that is a good significant number of them are not even police matters that fall under the responsibility of various agencies. Specifically, it's a medical issue. So we're very clear on that. And I think everyone on the call on this call today is clear on that as well. I know the city of Penticton have forwarded various letters, and if the RDOS was to engage in something like that, obviously it would be in support of our discussion. I think what's really important, I'd really like to, I want to hear what the provincial government announces today with their, and I'm using their terminology, they're going to come up with a creative solution. So I'm really interested to hear that today.
Hunter, we're all waited with bated breath. Anyone else? I think that's it. Again, we'd just like to thank you for your reports and appreciate you coming by and presenting what you do every 4 months. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, everyone.
Pass it back to CAO Newell in case there's something else.
Nothing else from us, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I'd like to see a motion for us to adjourn. Director Bush and Director Sentis. All in favor? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Director Roberts. And we'll move on to Environment and Infrastructure Committee, and I will go to Director Gettens to chair this one. Please go ahead, Director Gettens.
Thank you, Chair. I'll call the meeting to order at 10:44. If I can just get someone to adopt the agenda first and second, that's great. All in favor? Any opposed? No. Okay, so the first item that we're going to talk about is the 2022 UBCM Community Excellence Award Utility Acquisition Policy. Policy near and dear to my heart. I will refer it over to you, Sayo.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So, Union of British Columbia Municipalities has a number of awards. The one that is open right now, they call their Community Excellence Award, and they're looking for nominations. And really what it's about is that those members that go above and beyond the normal practices of a local government. So, but the purpose is they want to identify those projects or programs that municipalities are using that are transferable to other members, so that all of them are good and everybody's doing a good job out there. And this is their way of attracting submissions that will assist all of the members. We think our policy that the board has adopted as far as the acquisition of water systems may be a benefit to other municipalities. We spent a number of months developing it because we're in that business right now. We have lots of private or nonprofit purveyors out there that are either unable to afford to replace crumbling infrastructure, or the volunteers that they often use to manage their systems don't want to do it anymore. So we think that there's probably a process that may help other local governments, and we want to submit this into UBCM so that they can share it around. So we need a resolution in order to do that, Madam Chair.
So there's a motion, so I'll see if anybody wants to move the motion. Go ahead, Director Monteith, you'll move it. First and seconded also by Director Roberts. That's great. Any discussion on the motion? I'll say that I think the policy is great because we've been using it for a while as well. So I think it's a really well done, a job well done. Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? That's great. Thank you very much. Moving on to the next item. Okanagan landfills, operation contract extension. I will again go over to you, CAO, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair. The Okanagan landfill really has been decommissioned as far as mixed waste goes. We're trying to discourage that because it's getting close to completion. And what we're intending to use it for is more the collection and recycling or reuse of construction and demolition materials. And we went out for proposal 5 years ago looking for innovative ways, methodologies that various companies might be able to use at the landfill in order to make the best possible use of these materials that are still reusable to get them back out. And Wildstone came in with a very good one. And over the 5 years, we've seen a 93% success rate of construction and demolition materials being returned without going into the active phase of the landfill. They have a proprietary process, and they use staff that they are available in the local community from PACE. But because it's available to them through the methodology they use. So we want to go ahead and exercise the option that's in the contract to extend that contract with Wildstone for another 5 years. And that is our recommendation, Madam Chair.
That's great. Thank you, CEO. Director Obert, please.
Yes, thank you. And I want to speak to this and make a motion to support the administrative recommendation. Mr. Reeder has been generous and wonderful over time, explaining to me how the Okanagan Falls landfill operation has been changed over the years as part of a more regional approach. And I think that 93% success rate that the CAO referred to is impressive. I have been very impressed by the understanding of those larger objectives. So I just want to make a motion in support of administrative recommendation.
Thanks, Director, and I've got it seconded already. Is there any discussion on the motion? Yeah, go ahead, Director.
Just a question. What is PACE?
Thank you, CAO.
That's an organization that employs handicapped members, Mr. Chair, the ones that still want to work and are able to work, and they employ them in a number of opportunities around the regional district. A very good organization.
Thanks, CEO. Is there any follow-up?
No, thanks.
No? Okay. All in favor then of the motion? Any more questions? Thank you. Anyone opposed? Excellent. Motion passes. CEO, do you know if the delegation is here from Modi?
I don't see them on the list here yet, Madam Chair, but perhaps Mr. Francisco would have a better idea.
I'm getting a no over here too. Are we okay then just to pop down to item number E, or letter E, and then come back up?
Yeah, fine with us.
Okay, thanks. So the item for discussion is proposed projects for strategic priorities fund grant program. Over to you, CEO, please.
Yeah, so the Building Canada program was a 10-year agreement between the between Canada and all of the provinces, but certainly the province of BC. That current program that we're in is expiring, and all of those projects that were approved under the existing agreement must be completed by I think it's June 2023. And of course, we have the one water system grant that we had approved for I believe it was $6.8 million on a $10 million endeavor, where we wanted to go ahead and extend the collection system from the Okanagan Falls wastewater treatment plant first into Skaha Estates, which was too expensive, and then secondly into Cleedon, which was rejected by referendum. And now we're looking at Naramata, and we're hoping to get that grant repurposed and then extended because we wouldn't be able to complete it by 2023. So that's in the works. That's not what this is about, though. This is the next iteration of the Building Canada program. So there's another 10-year agreement that's been signed, and the first tranche of applications is open. And there are certain conditions, and of course there's eligibility criteria that you have to meet in order to submit it. It's basically a green grant where those infrastructure projects are eligible because there's such a deficit in funding for those big water, wastewater, landfill roads, all of those transit, a lot of stuff in there. The condition is that you have to have a good understanding of the specifications for the project and the funding. So we believe we have 4 projects that are ready for submission, and this will perpetuate. There will be lots of opportunities. They usually come out on an annual or biannual basis, opening up for additional applications over the 10-year contract life. But we have 4 right now that we could submit into this existing one, and the applications have to be in by June 30th of this year. The announcements, we don't expect to hear until fall of 2023. So for us, these will be 2024 projects because the existing agreement doesn't expire until June of 2023, and then the new one kicks in, but they're seeking applications so that they can award once that new agreement takes effect. So we would have to get our applications in in June, May or June of 2022, in order to get approval for the 2023 program. They're looking for large-scale infrastructure projects, and I think there's it could go from 100% funding down to the more typical 2/3, 1/3 funding. But at this point, we have 3 projects that would fit under the capital infrastructure program. We're only eligible to submit 3. And we have 1 project that would come under the capacity building program, and you can only submit 1 under that. So we're recommending that we submit Naramata water main upgrades, the Willowbrook water system reservoir upgrade, and the Okanagan Falls sewer system lift station upgrade. And that we submit water master plans under the capacity building program. And that is what we would recommend, Madam Chair.
I'll just go to the table and see if there's any comments or questions, and I think we're looking for a motion as well.
I'll move the motion.
Thank you, Director Bush, the motion. Okay, first and seconded motions. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, so I will call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you for that. I'll just check in again to see if our delegation is here, or is there an expected time for the delegation? Because I think we went through this a bit quick. Ms. Malden, our CAO, do we have a time for Modi?
delegation was expecting to be here right at 11, so we should see them here in the next 3 minutes.
Okay. Why don't we just take a quick break then, and then we will come back. Thank you. Okay, we'll give it a couple minutes.
Then you usually hit it. Is he there? Okay. Oh, there he is, I see him.
Pardon? Yeah, that's Jeff, but I don't see Eric.
I didn't see Eric last year. Forgive me for all this technology.
This is just call him Eric.
I would often
Coming in.
Okay, excellent. So I think what we'll do then is we'll get started again. Danny, are we we're all on? Okay, great. Thanks, everybody. Welcome back. We're gonna get started with the next item on our agenda, and I can see that our guests are here. So I will just refer this over to the CAO to get us started, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure has agreed to come in quarterly and answer questions about what's going on in the regional district, and we certainly appreciate that. So we have Eric Lackmuth and Jeff Wiseman available, and we should just turn it over to the delegation, Madam Chair, to present and then answer questions.
Thank you so much. I will hand it over to you. Welcome, Eric and Jeff. Thank you for coming, and I'll let you go forward.
Thank you very much. Just a quick introduction for ourselves. I'm Eric Lockmuth, the District Manager for the Okanagan-Shuswap District with Ministry of Transportation. And with me here is Jeff Wiseman. He's the Operations Manager out of the Penticton office for Ministry of Transportation. I guess maybe a really quick high-level update on some of the things that are going on. Just to let you know, we have sent out for tender the Kaleden intersection improvements, but did not receive bids back. We had originally planned to start that work in June. So we're looking at options for finding ways of delivering that project because we still have the funding available and want to deliver it as soon as possible. So that includes the protected turn lane and the other safety improvements for the intersection there. So when we have more information, we'll update on what that is, and we're hoping to be able to deliver it just a little later in this year than originally planned, and exploring those options currently. We also have confirmed that we've received funding for one project of interest that that folks have, and that is the medium barrier installation extending from Summerland towards the two-lane section in the Peachland area there. So an extension of that important medium barrier that we have on the go. So we're working on that project as well, trying to, we still need to finalize design and have discussions with property owners. But we intend, if all goes well, that we may be starting work on that either late this year or early next year. And I think that's probably all. Jeff, did you have any kind of high level things that might be of interest to the RDOS?
No, I think you got it covered there, Eric.
Okay. We'll jump over then to the questions that we received, and certainly if you have some more questions that come up, we're here and available. From Director Monteith, we had a question regarding a place on the internet where you can send residents to look up speed limits for residential rural roads. Essentially, what we could provide is a link to information about the statutory 80 kilometer an hour speed limit. That's the default for all rural residential roads, unless the road is otherwise posted with a speed that is on there. So that'll provide a little bit of information just about what statutory speed limit is, but it's a speed limit where there is no defined and engineered speed that is on there. And it doesn't mean that that folks can't be given a ticket for driving too fast on that road for the conditions on the road. And it doesn't necessarily mean that 80 kilometers an hour is the safe speed to go. It's just simply a statutory higher upper limit of speed for the road. So we can provide a link for that. And if anybody has questions, we can discuss that. It does kind of tie in maybe a little bit with the second question from Director Monteith, which is what's the process to have a rural speed limit reduced in a developed community? And regarding community concerns of 60 kilometers an hour in Culloden with hidden driveways mentioned there. So essentially, if there is a desire to see a speed limit either reduced or set beyond the statutory 80 kilometers an hour, then the best way is to approach our local district office, and that would be likely Jeff Wiseman there as the first point of contact, or if you have the area manager for the area's contact info, we can work through any of that. But essentially, get the request into our district, and then we would review that internally, and of course involve our engineering folks who need to consider any kind of speed limit change that would occur on our rural side roads. And it would go through and follow the engineering process for a speed limit review. We would consult with our CMP and quite a few steps to get that done to make it official if we would warrant the speed zone change. But it would be on a case-by-case basis, so best thing to do is just start the process by contacting us directly with kind of the area of concern specifically, and then we would work on that with you. Jeff, did you have anything
Thanks,
else you wanted
Eric.
to? Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just gonna check out Dr. Menteith. Do you have a follow-up or any other questions around that?
Thank you. I just want to thank Eric for explaining that. I have to the residents of my area. I think they just need to hear it from you. So I appreciate you taking the time to do that.
Thanks,
Absolutely.
Director. Thanks, Eric.
And we had a third question that was provided for us as well from Director Kazakovich. This is, can you provide an update on the proposed stormwater management plan for the Kettle Ridge and Outlook areas of Naramata? And when do you expect the drainage piping work to the lake to take place? So we're finalizing some property work that's necessary through there. We've had to adjust the original plan to work with the property owners in the area that are kind of willing to work with us on this drainage work. So we have not completed that yet. We're in the process of doing so. We would anticipate with the property work that still needs to take place that likely it would be early next year for getting actual construction taking place on that. Could happen a little bit quicker, but I don't want to be too optimistic with the work that's ahead of us there still. But that is the plan.
Thanks, Eric. Director Zakovich, any follow-up question or comment? Oh, good. Excellent. Thank you. Over to you, Eric.
Okay, and with that, those were the questions that we received ahead of time. So at this point, we're open to any questions that anyone might have. We'll do our best to answer.
Great, thank you. So I've got two here. I've got Director Coyne. You can go ahead and then I'll go to Director Knodel.
Yeah, I guess my question is maybe to Jeff. So a lot of people are starting to get concerned about the timing on the new lights in town. The 5A intersection, when you get a red light off, coming off of Highway 3, you can only fit about 2.5 trucks on there, and summer's coming. So people are kind of worried that the timing is not going to work once we get into the busy months. So is there something you guys can do about that?
Thank you. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, certainly. Make sure I understand the problem there, Mayor Coyne. You're saying that when there's a green light on the highway and traffic then goes towards the 5A set of signals at
It's
Bridge
red.
Street, it's red, and then the traffic's queuing up and potentially almost backing up onto Highway 3. Is what you're seeing as potential problem there?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
backing up the traffic into the intersection.
Okay, no, I'll certainly make sure that our traffic engineers go out and have a look at that to make sure that it's functioning as was intended. Because I think you're correct that it sounds like the timing might be a bit off because it should be such that the traffic flows through smoothly once you get the green on the highway, the 5A, so it doesn't back up.
And just as a follow-up, Jeff, okay, and just as a follow-up, when you're coming from the west onto the intersection there on 3, that left turn lane light doesn't always come on. And so right now with the lack of paint on the road, it kind of looks like there's two lanes going eastbound. So maybe we need to get that sorted out too, or at least some temporary lines put in place so people know, especially with May Long weekend coming up.
So people aren't parking themselves over the sensors is what you're saying?
Yeah. And I've actually drove over both sets of them trying to trigger them, and they don't always turn on. But I notice if there's a big truck, they do seem to catch it. I don't know if it's something not hitting there or what, but I've tried a number of ways to try to make them trigger.
I think they can adjust the sensitivity, and so I'll have them look at that as well. They're also look at the operation, the first part that we talked about here.
Perfect, thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
So you let me.
Okay. Director Canodal, please, go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair. I thought I had sent some questions in. Yeah, I forgot about it. Is there any progress on the bus stop for Gallagher Lake?
Eric or Jeff?
Yeah, I know that we've met, but I'm trying to remember where that one left off, and I think we were waiting for something there. Jeff, do you recall?
BC Transit, I think the ball was in their court, I believe, and I think was Mark also not looking, Mark Woods not looking at something with BC Transit there. Trying to remember if that's where we kind of left that one. We could certainly follow up on that one. With Director Nodal, we can follow up on that to see where it was left and we'll give you an update and what the next steps are on that.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that one's a concern to the community there. We're coming into the season where I'd really appreciate if you remind AIM to make sure that they have a trail vehicle when they're flail mowing in the outward area. It was quite concerning last year. Perhaps even just restrict the mowing during the real intense times. I also have a question about Road 6. There was a study on a water flow study for the culvert there. I'm just wondering if anything's happened on that one.
Eric or Jeff?
I just want to make sure I understand the mowing concern, Director Nodal.
Well, last year we had a meeting during extreme fire hazard. The flail mower was out in a high grass area, in a high risk area, and they didn't have a trail vehicle with them at the time. It was kind of concerning because half the valley was on fire right at the time, and here we've got a flail mower going to work. So it was it definitely had a lot of my residents quite concerned. So I just want to kind of make sure that we got a finger on that one before we get into this, what could be a very extreme year again.
Yeah, no, understood. I'll make sure that that's the reminder, the need for that. That's a requirement for them, and under certain conditions established by the whatever the fire hazard is, and it dictates what sort of follow-up when they need to have and for how long. So I'll make sure that they are reminding their staff of the need for that. As far as the Road 6 culvert design, I'm gonna have to follow up on that one with you too, Director Nodal. I'm not too sure what the status of that is.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'd also like to thank you for their response to a number of minor questions that I'd sent their way. They took care of the concerns quite timely. Thank you.
Thanks, Director. I'm going to go to Director Bush and then Director Roberts. Go ahead, Director Bush.
Yes, thanks. So after Chapaka Bridge, there's a little bridge which I believe is designed for the overflow. And I'm wondering if there's any work going to be to increase this size of this bridge, because now the dikes are wiped out upstream. That bridge and that system is not going to take the water anymore like it used to. probably won't be a problem this year because of low snowpack, but after what we've seen in November, there's no way that bridge is big enough.
Thanks, Director. Eric or Jeff?
Yeah, I believe, Jeff, I think that was one of the ones where we did some work on the channel to just correct some erosion that occurred there, but I don't believe we have anything in the works for the actual flow rates through that channel. Do you know, Jeff?
Well, you're right. We did some re-armoring of the slopes upstream and downstream of that, the smaller bridge there. And also the federal folks had commissioned a hydrology study, floodplain mapping and hydrology study of that area for the First Nations there. And we were part of that, those discussions. And of the assessment that they did, they looked at both the small bridge on Chipaka as well as our larger structure there. And in both cases, when they ran the up to 1 and 200 year flood scenarios, they had found that both structures were of adequate capacity and there was no need to upgrade either of them. So we used their drainage study that they had done to confirm that there was no need for us to upgrade our structures. So we didn't do our own independent study, but we used their consultants' work to confirm that those structures were of adequate size.
Thanks, Jeff. Do you have a follow-up, Director Bush?
Yeah.
No, you're good. Okay, thanks. Director Roberts?
Thank you. I don't have a question now. I figured I'll just send in an email and go from there.
Okay, thanks, Director. Director Holmes, please.
Yeah, thank you. Just in respect to the median barriers being put on the highway between Summerland and Peachland, I know there's a lot of accidents on that stretch of road, and I was just wondering, do accidents typically occur in just a couple specific areas, or is it just anywhere along that stretch? And will the barrier be the full length between Summerland and Peachland, or just in certain problem areas?
Thanks. Eric?
It can occur in various locations. There doesn't seem to be specific pinpoint locations, but it will not be all the way through to Peachland. The current plan is to go to where it drops from 4 lanes to 2 lanes just south of Antlers Beach there before you kind of get into that gateway area right in Peachland, because there is no room there for medium barrier in that area.
At Greta Ranch.
Yep.
Greta Ranch is where and
So
the barrier, the barrier, of course, there'll be gaps for the existing intersecting roads with the raised concrete islands. So those will remain open, but otherwise it'll be contiguous.
So it'll be continuous on the 4 lane, but not in the 2 lane.
Yeah.
Right.
Correct.
Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Director Allison.
Thank you. I have a question for you on the bridge crossing the Tulameen River at Colmont. I'm just wondering if it accesses then the Blakeburn Road, which continues onto Rice Road. Since the flood happened, have you assessed that capacity on that bridge?
Thanks. Eric?
I'll leave that one for Jeff. If you have any information on whether capacity assessment's been done on that particular structure.
Yes, it was. And it was, I believe, and I'm gonna have to check on this to confirm 100%, but I think it was load restricted because there were some concerns about its structural integrity, I believe. So it was inspected, and I believe that it is load restricted.
Thanks. Do you have a follow-up?
No, thank you. I may follow up with you after the fact on that, if there's any further questions in my area. Thank you.
Great. Excellent. Thank you.
I got a follow-up to that.
Okay, Director Coyne.
Yeah, so Jeff, if it's load restricted, then what are you gonna do to fix that? Because that's the only bridge, that's the only access out of there now.
Jeff?
Yeah. No, I think what it was there were some structural components. I'm speaking beyond my level of, I shouldn't be talking like this because I'm not a bridge guy, but there were some structural components underneath that needed bolstering. And though that work is planned to occur, I'm not too sure exactly when. I'll have to follow up with my bridge area managers to kind of get the full skinny on that, just to make sure I'm not leading you astray. But I'm pretty sure that they found there were some components that needed replacement to bring it back up full actual loading. I'll follow up with you on that.
Please do, thank you.
Okay. All right, we'll leave that one with you guys. Excellent. Thank you. Any other questions from the table? I just have actually a really quick question because I don't see any other ones. The gully drainage study for Ladera Place in Sage Mesa, I think is over with your geotech and hydraulic engineers. I'm just curious at what the timeline might be around that. Like just an estimate, please, of when that might get through that department. Eric or Jeff?
Darn fine question. Generally speaking, our geotechnical folks are a little bit quicker to respond because of the staffing there and the workloads. But I would expect that it could take upwards of a couple of months for them to respond. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for our hydrotech professionals. They're much more busy, and I expect that they will be at least 2 to 3 months. I'm expecting for the review to be completed. So once they've reviewed it, and if they concur with the findings of the consulting firm, then we can proceed from there. Otherwise, it may have to do a couple of iterations back and forth between the consulting firm and our staff to iron out any concerns that our folks may have identified that they what their findings were in the consulting report.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. I know
that's not what you wanted to hear, but unfortunately, that's what the world we live in right now. We've got these long timelines.
Yeah, no worries. I just appreciate you guys doing this study anyways. I think that's a great first step. So thank you for that. Last check-in for any other questions. No, I think we're good. Thank you very much, Eric and Jeff, for joining us. It's always great having a chance to talk with you directly. So that's fantastic. So with that, I think we are done. So I will call, right? Okay, sorry.
We're moving to adjourn.
Okay. Let's get the motion to adjourn. First, second, all in favor? Any opposed? And we're done. Thank you very much. Over to you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Director Gettins. We've got a fair bit of time before lunch in our scheduled speaker, so I suspect we should probably start with the Planning and Development Committee meeting. So I will turn it over to Director Knodel to chair that, but I would just ask him that maybe about 5 or 10 to 1, if we're not complete the agenda, just recess and we will pick it up after lunch. If you can manage that, over to you, Director Knodel.
Thank you, sir.
Well, I should say. Good catch.
Looking for a motion to approve the agenda for the May 5th meeting. Bakovic, second, Director Robinson. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. First item, proposed provincial assistance for environmental protection tools. CAO Noel, would you care to take this one away, please?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So we had the presentation from the Canada Wildlife Service and from provincial representatives, I think from Environment and NRL, the Land, Water, Resource, whatever the new department is, a while ago. And this report now is talking about, we have 2 issues on the agenda today, one on planning and then the other one on the board meeting later on this afternoon. That is with regards to our environmentally sensitive development permit review process and proposed changes. This one is falling out of the discussion, really the ask that the delegation had at committee last time, and that they were suggesting we defer for a year while they conduct a review. So Mr. Garish has had further conversation with them, and they've proposed some criteria as to how that would happen and some of the activities that would need to be undertaken in order to see it proceed. I'll have to say we're somewhat skeptical that what they're proposing will be done within a year. But I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Garish, and he can elaborate on his discussions.
Somebody has to prompt him.
Mr. Chair.
You want to prompt him to present, Director Capello?
Oh, I was on mute. My apologies. Yes, Mr. Garrett, please present your presentation, please.
Is it muted?
Are you not hearing me? Am I not coming through? Is no one hearing me?
We hear you.
We hear you. I think Chris
Chris is having an issue with his microphone. He's just switching over.
Chris often has this problem.
Yeah.
Sorry, are you guys able to hear me now? Yeah, okay, good. Sorry about that. My webcam conked out on me. I'll just get my presentation back up again. All right, so I trust that my presentation is coming up here.
Yes, we see.
Great. Okay, so I was just, as I was inadvertently muted there, just saying I'd just give some quick background before I get on to the ministry's proposal to the regional district. So this is a long, ongoing project. It, I guess, dates back to the adoption of the regional growth strategy in 2010. As the board may recall, the regional growth strategy had a recommendation for a biodiversity conservation strategy to be prepared. That was undertaken by the South Okanagan-Similkameen Conservation Program. I think they undertook that between 2011 and 2013. The board accepted it September 3rd of 2013. And within Keeping Nature in Our Future was a recommendation, and the board accepted this, that it be used to update the ESDP areas. So we spent 2014 to 2017 doing that. And in 2019, we came back to the board with a 2-year review of how the ESDP guidelines have been working. And if you've attended any of the public information meetings and APC meetings in relation to this, you're probably familiar with this slide. But prior to 2017, the majority of the activity related to ESDPs was subdivisions and non-residential development. And that was primarily because of existing exemptions in place prior to 2017. With the 2017 amendments, that basically was reversed. The overall number of subdivisions and non-residential development didn't really change. But what resulted in the lower percentages here after 2017 was the substantial increase in residential development that was being caught by the ESDP triggers. And also, I've got an asterisk here just to highlight for the board that the expedited option didn't exist prior to 2017, and it was kind of a safety valve that we put in. Didn't expect it to be used too much, but you know, unintended consequences. It's been about 90% of the permits that were issued since the changes. So a very different permit scheme than what existed prior to 2017 versus what's existed after 2017. And so there were a number of concerns that we've raised with the board and with the public as well. But I guess first and foremost is that development permits do have significant limitations. We're struggling to understand if DPs can actually achieve their objective of minimizing the impact of development on the environment, and that's primarily because there's no measurable criteria. The 2017 amendments have also refocused the ESDPs onto the building permit stage, and if you recall some of the examples I've used at the APCs and public information meetings, there is a concern that we have potentially created an ineffective paper pushing scheme. And also, as the board is aware, with development permits, there are significant enforcement challenges related to our ability to issue tickets, our ability to require after-the-fact monitoring, the ineffectiveness of securities, and then also the challenges of using the professional reliance model, et cetera. So these are all issues we've raised before. The board did have that motion from September of 2020 asking staff to prepare amendments to have ESDPs only focus at the subdivision and rezoning stage, and that we also bring forward options to make them more effective at subdivision and rezoning, and that in no way should ESDPs prevent people from fire smarting their properties. So we prepared those, we circulated those out as we do to external agencies, and of course the Ministry of Land, Water and Resource Stewardship, as well as the Canadian Wildlife Service, did raise concerns in relation to the proposed amendments and did make a request to appear before the board in order to convey those to you. That was April 21st, last meeting, and as the board will recall, the ministry staff are proposing a province-wide assessment of environmental protection tools. When this was originally raised with staff, they had suggested that they'd be able to help us potentially take on a more focused and targeted assessment of our ESDP designation to see if it was achieving its objectives, but that was subsequently expanded into this broader review that they're proposing. And they've also asked for regional district participation in this project, which is the question before you today. So we have touched base with ministry staff, and I appreciate, and in fairness to them, we are very early in this process if we do participate. So this is very, I guess, a preliminary overview subject to change as we go forward. But they have advised us that from what they're anticipating this project to be and to look like, that they can see us maybe having to put in 70 hours of staff time over the course of the next 12 months, which is the term that they envision for this project. So 70 hours is basically 2 weeks of one staff person's time. They're anticipating that would be in the form of participating on the project team, helping them develop the terms of reference, also RDOS staff providing access to the consultant to our ESDP files so they can be reviewed, participation in monthly milestone meetings, monitoring of the project and its deliverables as it goes along, and then finally at the end of the project, participating in what the next steps might be in terms of action items. I suppose for the RDOS, would that be amendments to our bylaws or some other new permitting scheme or et cetera? I guess all to be determined. So, I mean, there are concerns with participating in this project, and I'll be touching on this again with some of the other items on the P&D committee today, but we have been experiencing record number of land use applications over the last 18 months. We are struggling to meet the board's current 2022 business plan in terms of projects for the department. It's not clear to us that a province-wide assessment will provide meaningful input on our ESDP challenges that we're having. And as the CIO has already indicated, it's not clear to us if a province-wide assessment can be completed within the 12 months that the ministry stated. So that said, I mean, the province is saying 70 hours. I mean, circumstances have changed since we prepared this report for the board, which I'll touch on subsequent items today. But at this point, it's potentially not an unreasonable request. We feel that we can accommodate it. Hence the recommendation to the board that we do participate. But of course, the alternative is that given the existing application volumes, staff resources and projects, that staff not participate. So that's it for my presentation. I'm happy to try to answer questions, but of course, keeping in mind that this is a very early stage in this project and not much has been fleshed out yet. And I'll just stop sharing my screen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garish. Are there any questions from the board? I'm not seeing any on my screen. Are there any in the boardroom? Director McBardoff, is it? You're on mute.
It's a really good idea, and I would totally support the administrative recommendation. I think it's something we should do.
Are you making the motion?
Sure.
Is there a seconder, Director Oberich? Is there any more discussion? Director Oberich, please. Director Oberich, please.
Yes, thank you to the chair. And I just want to add, I think this is really, really, really important work. I did attend the public information meetings. I've spoken with staff many times on the issue. I really think that a balance is possible if we do the work. I appreciate organizational capacity limits is appears to be the biggest barrier to getting the job done properly. I've listened to the chair, Pendergraft, speak his concerns about the unfairness of individual property owners being burdened with our bad bylaw as it currently exists. And I think there's merit to what he says, but I do not believe flushing the baby down the toilet is the right option. There are some floaters that we should flush. I have suggestions. I've made them to staff. This is doable. We can do better. And I'll tell you, when I see two levels of government beyond ours, both provincial and federal, intervening formally and asking us to collaborate, I say thank you and yes. And I support the motion, but I do more than that. I will step up and I will help. If staff need help, I will participate. I don't mind coming to meetings. I don't mind putting in the time and providing community engagement. This is too important. And when we do it right, we'll know. We know we didn't do it right because of the concerns we've heard, and those are legitimate concerns. But this process, which Mr. Garish has outlined, it has a history, it had an objective. We've been too slow too often. That's on us. But we can do better, and we're not going to do better if we don't step up. You know, it's easy to say no. Saying yes is hard work, and this is going to be work, but it's good work, and it's for the community betterment. And I can speak to this one matter for hours, but I can tell you that we have a real opportunity here to do some important good work. So thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Director Olbrich. Director Pendergraft, I saw your hand up. You're on mute, sir.
I shouldn't be, but can you hear me now?
Oh, we can hear you.
Okay. Perfect. I also support this, and for the same reasons that Director Olbrich has mentioned, it is important. But I have some concern that they're going to lose sight of what we're actually trying to accomplish here. And I kind of think that we maybe do need some input, at least partways through the process from the directors. Let's not just make this happen with only staff input. We're the ones that brought some of these concerns forward. I think we should be kind of guiding this process a little bit too. So I'd be happy to put my name in there for participation if it's needed.
Thank you very much. Director Monteith, please.
To the chair, I agree with Director Pendergraft. When they spoke, they said that the policy did not impact fire smarting, and we're hearing from our residents that it does. So we are hearing a different perspective than what they are seeing and what they feel. So having that perspective from us as we've brought this forward, I think is important. So I think this is going the right direction. So I'm wondering if we need to modify the recommendation, or how do we get assurance that we will be involved in creating the scope of the project?
C.A. Newell, would you care to field that one, please?
So this has evolved. It's no longer a regional district review of our processes. This is now a provincial review, and it is a collaboration between Canada and the province, and they're asking, I think they have an idea of a committee system, and they've asked us to submit a staff recommendation, I think. But there will be other, whether it goes through UBCM or for elected officials, or just what they have in mind, we're not sure. We can ask for clarification on that. I'm not sure they're to the point yet where they've identified what sort of consultation will occur. They're planning on developing a terms of reference for the committee. That hasn't been determined yet. We can certainly add that for their consideration as well. So I think the discussion's been good, and we'll put forward the thoughts that have come out At this point, all they're asking is if we want to participate on the committee. And that's what the recommendation was intended to portray. And we can certainly ask who they want. Sometimes if it's an administrative review, they'll ask for just administration, and then they'll have a consultation process that will allow for elected officials. And I think they probably want to balance it across the province. Good talk. We'll put forward your suggestions, and we'll see where they come back with.
Thank you very much, C. O'Neill. Are there any other questions?
Director Gettins.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think just to sort of reiterate what the CAO said, we do have to give a bit of time for this process to get established and started. And I think if we have a staff delegate that represents this board, we need to make sure we have conversation with that staff at this table. So what that staff is representing is also representing what the citizens want. And I think we've got such vast views on this that I think that's going to be a lot of conversation just around this table as to what we can even agree on doing. So I'm looking forward to the process, and I'm just very thankful that we're taking the time to do it. And I appreciate the planning department, how busy you are. And I just have to echo it. It's so important that we do this well. So just thanking everybody involved.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Not seeing any. When we call a question here, your lunch is here, so we'll break after this. So all in favor of the? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. We'll break for lunch.
Okay, before we do that, thanks, Director Knodel. We do have, this is the first, just so everybody's aware, this is the first in the series of guest speakers for discussing the Indigenous topics, including culture, protocol, and governance. So I've got just a brief outline of who's presenting today. So I will add, though, once we get started here, if we can grab our lunches quickly and get back to our seats, we have Don Russell, who's an Indigenous Seedlix communicator who has spent several years devoted to Indigenous education from the Surrey School District as an Indigenous support worker to registrar of the Okanawan Center in Penticton. Gosh, tongue twister. Earlier this year, Dawn accepted a position as Emergency Program Coordinator with the Okanagan Nation Alliance. Her work covers the full gamut of emergency operations across the region. Dawn has worked with the RDOS Emergency Operations Center team over the past several years as both an information officer and Indigenous liaison. Dawn's knowledge of the intersecting or overlapping points of jurisdiction and her ability to provide recommendations to both Indigenous and municipal governments continues to enhance safety and resiliency throughout their traditional territories. Prior to her position with ONA, Dawn spent 5 years as the communication coordinator with Penticton Indian Band, and she also operates Dawn Land Communications. So just in a few minutes, we will hear from Dawn. So if lunch is here, please grab it.
Let's go, Belleville.
their seats here, we will have to get started. I see Chair Canodal chomping at the bit to get going.
Seeing Dawn made me, I have reorganized my schedule of having to be in Coleman.
Need more coffee. So Director Canodal, do you want to get started?
Thank you, Chair Pendergraph. Now back to the last glamorous of our jobs. We've been done reviewing B. We're moving on to item C. Review of vacation rental and temporary permits. I see CAO Newell squinting at the screen there. Can you hear me, sir?
Better now.
Thank you. Can you bring us up to speed on item C, vacation rental review?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We did have a referral for a vacation rental review in 2022, and Mr. Garish has a presentation on that. So if you would like, you can call on Mr. Garish to discuss that one.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Garish, are you with us? Well, sort of.
He's half there.
I'm up. Sorry, I'm just getting up to speed.
There you go, sir.
Okay, great. Okay, so vacation rental review request. So again, I'm just going to start with a couple of background slides just to refamiliarize the board with where we've been and where we are. So of course, the whole vacation rental thing stems back to 2012 and a court case that we had in Naramata, in which the BC Supreme Court concluded that the particular zoning bylaw for that electoral area permitted vacation rentals, which was not or had not been the traditional or historic interpretation of the bylaw. So the board provided direction, and there was an amendment bylaw adopted in 2014, which basically prohibited vacation rentals in all zones, with the exception of Apex Mountain Resort. And from that point going forward, anybody seeking to operate a vacation rental was required to obtain approval from the board through the issuance of a temporary use permit. So since 2014, and these are some graphics that we've put together in relation to the electoral area E OCP. So they're fairly current, but there's been approximately 52, and I've called them unique vacation rentals. The total is actually 80 if you include renewals involving the same property, but 52 unique ones that have been issued. Fairly consistent over the years, around a dozen or so, give or take. More as of 2021, and we're projecting around 20 again for this year. And you can see that the majority of them to date have been issued in electoral area E. So in 2021, the Area D APC did bring forward a recommendation for the board to look at vacation rental policies in the bylaws. And staff brought that back to committee for discussion with the board. And at that time, the board resolved not to pursue a vacation rental review in 2022. Now, more recently, at the last board meeting, we did have the director's motion asking for administration to produce a report at committee on the implications of adding a review of TUPs to the 2020 business plan. And so that's kind of what I'm here to discuss. So I just wanted to remind the board too that, I mean, one of the challenges that we have with requests for additional projects is just existing capacity and resources within the department. And we already do have a number of fairly substantial projects on the docket for 2022. And some of these, such as the Area G OCP bylaw and the RDOS review, date to 2020. And we would very much like to get these off of the books and completed this year if possible. So a lot of our staff focus is on getting these across the finish line. We also have other policies that are currently on the 2020, or sorry, projects on the 2022 business plan, some of which, as you're aware from the public hearings this morning, are getting close to being adopted, we hope, knock on wood. Others, such as ESDP, I guess remains to be seen. Noise bylaw we're working on. Some others have been deferred and some others still waiting to be started. And there's also been a number of requests previously for projects, and I appreciate that the board did not include these on the 2022 plan, but I suppose there's always a possibility they might be considered again for 2023. So there's already a growing list for your consideration as we move into next year's plan. And the other thing I wanted to highlight too in relation to capacity and the challenges we're trying to take on new projects like vacation rental review is that, we're kind of at the mercy of, I guess, the development market in terms of applications that people are bringing in order to facilitate subdivisions of their land or the construction of new houses or, other uses of their property. So, 7-8 years ago, consistently, we would receive somewhere between 100 and 150 applications a year. But since 2015, the number of applications and referrals that we've been dealing with on a yearly basis, with the exception of 2020, which of course was COVID, as you can see in the chart here, took a dip. We've had substantial increase in the number of applications that we have to deal with in referrals. So 145% increase over the last 6 years. And we're trying to accommodate that generally within existing staff parameters. So again, just for the board's benefit, I wanted to bring this to your attention too, because I think it's highlighting some of the struggles that we're having just getting the current projects across the finish line, let alone being able to add new ones. So we are on a regular basis a department of 8 people. We do have our summer students that come in for 4 months between May and June. But as you can see here, the amount of overtime that was required in order to keep applications proceeding on a timely basis last year, and also trying to keep projects moving as well, required about 835 hours. We've projected out potential totals for this year based on current overtime work, just trying to work on current projects. And we're at around just under 1,100 hours, which, to be honest with the board, both are unsustainable. Like we can't keep continuing to have staff work 1,000 hours overtime a year, or collectively, or even 800. And there's a need to try to get this down. We're almost doing the work of an additional staff person at this point, 59%. And and it causes stresses. And I'll share with the board that we've had a resignation of one of our staff this week, which is going to impact our ability just to continue with the current projects as is. So, sorry, just get my next slide here. So I know the request from the board last meeting was the implications of adding a review of temporary use permits to the 2022 business plan. So from my perspective, some of the implications I think would be, further staffing strains and potentially further resignations from staff related to what comes with all these projects and application work, which is excessive night meetings, and as I just indicated in the last slide, the required overtime amounts. I'm also concerned about our ability to complete some of the previous projects that the board has asked us to work on, and that adding vacation rentals is going to result in significant delays, not just for that project, but I don't think we would be challenged to complete a vacation rental project in a timely fashion. And I'm not sure if the board's expectations are that this be done in a year. Because of current workloads and staffing, I'd say we're probably looking at closer to 2 to 3 years to complete such a project if we added it at this time. And then, of course, there's also the risk of commencing an inadequately resourced and scoped project. Anecdotally, we put some of those comments into the staff report that's before you today about some of the different things we've heard when we've been out in the community, or that we see coming in on vacation rental TUPs from people concerned about them in their area. And there's concerns that either we're being too restrictive in terms of vacation rentals, or we're not being permissive enough, and that people should be able to do vacation rentals boutique motels and boutique campgrounds on their parcels as well. So we're not even quite sure what the scope of this project would be, what the issue it is that we're trying to address, and even the extent of the problem, because we fully admit that we don't have a good handle on what's currently occurring with vacation rentals within the electoral areas. So I will highlight for the board, though, that we are at a staff level very much aware of the issues and the concerns around vacation rentals in the communities. I mean, I know we've certainly been hearing it when we've been going out to the APC meetings over the last couple of years, that issues around vacation rentals keep coming up. We do tentatively have planned for Q4 this year a citizen perception survey, very similar to the one that's currently being run in relation to building permits. And so in the planning department, we're hopeful that some of the responses that we might receive to this survey could help us start to flesh out or provide some scope to what a vacation rental review in 2023 might look like. We've also tentatively partnered with the province. They're looking at modernizing their public hearing and public engagement processes, and we're looking for participation from a regional district. They've certainly got lots of municipal participation, so we've said we're interested. And in terms of potential projects that we think might engage large parts of the residents of the various electoral areas, we think vacation rentals might be that type of a project. So if we do participate with the province in this, it would certainly be a 2023 project, not a 2022 project. And I mean, we're also hopeful too that if the board's open to putting this off to the 2023 business plan, as we get some of our other major projects, such as the OCP reviews and the RGS further along, that we'll have capacity to start meeting with you towards the end of the year and try to scope out better what are the concerns. Is it that we've been too permissive with vacation rentals? Is it that we aren't being permissive enough? Is it the issue around the septic? Is it the fees? Is it other requirements, et cetera? So we don't want to jump into a project where we don't really know what we're being tasked to do. So hence the recommendation that we've put before you. We would like for the board to consider this as a 2023 business plan item. However, if the board feels that this is important enough, certainly the alternative is there for it to be included in 2022. But we would like the board to consider that, we just don't have the staff capacity at the moment to accommodate it, and that really something has to give. And that in terms of comparable scope and scale of a project, it's really one of the OCP reviews that we're looking at that might have to be reconsidered if we're going to take on vacation rentals this year. So that's it for my presentation. I'll leave it there, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions that directors might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garish. I think you've been quite clear about where your issues are. Are there any questions for Mr. Garish at this point? Director Bakovich, please.
I would say it's not a question, just a comment. Receiving a lot of the feedback, some of it is always around impact to a neighborhood in the sense of noise from a vacation rental, but more of it has been the need for rental housing. And so folks are feeling that if we don't have vacation rentals, that folks who own these homes would be more willing to do long-term rentals. I'm not sure if that's a magic solution. We would probably get some long-term rentals if people weren't able to get vacation rental permits, but I'm not sure that that's going to yield the result that folks are looking for. That being said, people, we'd like to have a review done. We'd like to hear some of the options, but I think that does need to take into account other options for housing, whether it's rental housing or more attainable, affordable housing, because many people are hoping that stopping vacation rentals will allow for many more long-term rentals to open up.
Thank you, Director Kozakovich. Are there any other comments or questions? Director Holmes, please.
Yeah, thank you. So just a question. There's been 52 unique TUPs issued in the last 6 years. I think that's what was said. Do we have any idea at all how many vacation rentals are operating out there without licenses, without any permissions?
Mr. Garish?
No, we do not.
Follow up,
Thank you. No, it's all right.
any, Director Obrecht, please.
Yes, thank you to the chair. And just to Director Holmes' question, in Quebec City, June 1, 2019, FCM, there was a impressive workshop. Minister Robinson, as she then was on a panel with two others, one from Toronto, one from I think it was Nova Scotia. And they spoke to that answer, and they used Montreal as an example. And in Montreal, there was something like 28 or so legal permitted vacation rentals, and Airbnb had something like about 28,000 listings. The impact on their residential market, causing scarcity, causing prices to go up, and all these competing concerns. These are known concerns elsewhere. As I mentioned at LGLA, the mayor of Whistler spoke to this. There's been work done at the provincial level investigating. This is all part of what could be part of this review, but I think it's safe to say there's a lot of illegal operations currently, and that speaks to Director Kozakovich's point. You know, you have to have both. If you're going to have a rule, if the rule's good, then you enforce it. So when we're looking at this review, we have penalties. I think $300 a day is the penalty. Well, if you're a business person making $1,000 a day, I've talked to business people in Edmonton, 1986, who had nightclubs who got $10,000 fines. $10,000 in 1986 for violating fire rules. And the business owner, a nightclub owner, I was having a meeting with a client, and he was going to court that day without a lawyer, and he was bragging he's going to court. And I said, well, are you guilty? He said, yes. Are you going to plead guilty? He said, no, I'm going to make them go through the effort. And I said, well, why do you not obey the rule? And he said, I'm not stupid. I'm a businessman. People are lined up to get in, to spend money. $10,000 is cheap, he said. It's cheap. It's a price of doing business. So when we're doing this review, we need to be mindful of penalties and enforcement. It's an important review, but when we do the work, what happens, because community concern, I mean, Mr. Garrish has referred to it. I hear about it a lot, and I'm sure others do. So when it comes to this particular item, I'm glad that it's getting addressed. I sure appreciate we don't have capacity to do the work. That's a different issue. But this work is important, and it needs to get done. And in that process, I think Mr. Holmes's question, you know, a simple Airbnb review in our regional district might give us a clue as to what the numbers are of illegal operators. It's not scientific, but I think none of us would be surprised to find out that there's a lot of illegal operations, and that's a separate part of this review. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Obrecht. Are there any comments or questions from anyone else? At this time, does anyone care to make a motion? Director Monteith.
To the chair, I would like to make the administrative recommendation, please.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Director Kozakovich. All right. Are there any any further discussion on this matter? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, move on to item D. Airland Strata Bylaw Review, Electoral I. EAO no, would you care to open the discussion?
This was another recommendation from an advisory planning commission, Mr. Chair, only it's on strata subdivisions. So they had mentioned a strata subdivision bylaw. We don't have a strata subdivision bylaw, but we do have some regulations in our subdivision bylaw. Only to the extent that the legislative authority does not permit local governments to put the types of constraints on stratas that we can put on other subdivisions. Typically what they'll do is the province really treats a strata like a mobile home park or any other single piece of property where the owners put in their own roads, they put in their own wastewater systems, they put in their own water systems. It's treated all internally. So we don't have a capability of really influencing, other than a land use discussion about what happens internally. So we're recommending, Mr. Chair, that this recommendation from the Advisory Planning Commission be denied.
Thank you very much, sir. Is there any questions for CAO Newell? Any comments? I'm seeing none. Does anyone want to make a motion? Director Monteith, are you moving the motion?
I'd like to speak to it.
Please go ahead then.
Thank you. So Area I, APC has actively engaged in several conversations about stratas and Bearland stratas. And, you know, when we look at our community of Culleton proper, the recent sewer referendum failed because of the fear of development and densifying the community. Even with a community service like sewer, the community was still concerned about the density that could occur. So the fear of that caused them not to want to look at doing a sewer project. So I do appreciate staff's alternate recommendation, because I do feel that looking at the zoning and the density and the low density residential zonings, I feel like that is a route that maybe the community would be able to actively participate and understand what the changes would mean and could mean. So I would like to make the alternate recommendation.
Thank you very much, Director. Evans, are you seconding that? That's a second. Yes. Anyone care to speak to that? Any more discussion? I'm not seeing any, so I'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Next item is item E, zoning regulation mobile vendors. CAO Newell, please.
Mr. Garish has a presentation for you on this, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Are you still with us?
I am.
You are. Very good. You got it up.
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so I'll keep this short. So the issue before the committee with this particular proposed amendment is mobile vendors, which I think are commonly known as food trucks, but of course these trucks can also sell things other than food. So at the moment, they're currently prohibited in all zones in the Okanagan Valley zoning bylaw. There is an exception for the Parks and Recreation zone, but it's not really a very clear allowance. They've been allowed in the past based on an interpretation by staff of the park definition, and specifically where that definition says that you know, buildings or structures that are basically consistent with the general purpose of a public park land are permitted. So as you can appreciate, that doesn't really specifically speak to food trucks, and so with the recently announced licensing program that the regional district is pursuing for mobile vendors in RDOS parks, we feel that there's a benefit to having clearer direction or regulations within the zoning bylaw that address the placement of these food trucks in the electoral areas. So just moving along here, We did do a review of how some of the member municipalities are addressing the issue, and based on that, we have made a recommendation, but the options for the board would be basically the status quo, so no change to the bylaw, and then we continue to rely on the interpretation of the park to allow them. Another option for consideration would be an outright prohibition, which means we would have to basically amend the park definition to exclude mobile vendors, and of course that would have spill-on effects for the recent licensing program. Another approach, and I can't recall if it was West Kelowna or somebody further up north, but there was one municipality that had taken a very broad, or inclusive, I guess, approach to mobile food trucks. And so certainly allowing them in all zones is an option, but that would also allow them to be placed potentially in zones that we may not want them. First one that comes to mind would be residential zones. And the fourth option, which is the one that staff have made a recommendation based around, is to permit the food trucks in a limited number of zones. I believe I've got a list here of the ones that we think would be appropriate. So the agricultural zones, the town and village center zones, commercial zones, tourist, commercial, industrial, and then obviously in relation to the licensing program, the parks and recreation zones. Taking this approach would require the introduction of a new definition for mobile vendor. And then we also are proposing a qualifier in the regulations, just alerting anybody who might be in the ALR that if they're looking at doing a food truck, that ALC approval may be required. Now, of course, these are the the zones that we think are appropriate, but certainly the board can mix and match and add and delete from this list. But I'll leave it there, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions that the directors might have.
I think you're muted, Director Knodel.
Thank you, Mr. Garish. Director Monteith, please.
To the chair, I saw recently that there was a survey that was out about the mobile vendor process, but when I looked at the parks that was being considered, it didn't mention my community park. But if we put it on a blanket zoning of park, would that mean that it would include Pioneer Park in Glidden?
Mr. Garish?
Yes, that's my understanding. If we allowed in the zoning bylaws to permitted use in the parks and recreation zone, any property so zoned in electoral area I would be allowed to have a food truck. The licensing program, no, would be a separate approval step that they would have to go through. The zoning would simply allow for consideration of the food truck in RDOS park. The licensing program would then determine if it's actually allowed or not.
Follow up, Director Monteith.
Thank you. I do know of 2 residents that contacted me that after they contacted RDOS staff that had concerns about the mobile vendor process, but because our park wasn't named as being one of the parks being considered, they were told by staff that it didn't involve them. Now we're saying that it could. So I'm wondering if that's a fair process.
Mr. Garish?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I have to apologize. I'm at a bit of a disadvantage here because I haven't been privy to the discussions that community services staff have been having in relation to the parks and how they were selected. From planning's perspective, we're just concerned about the zoning bylaw not providing clarity on this issue, and that if we are going to be proceeding with allowing food trucks in parks, we feel from planning's perspective that it would be beneficial for the bylaw to be clear on that. And then ultimately, as the owner of the parks, if the regional district doesn't want to consider them in certain parks at this time, I suppose that's a question for community services, but sorry, I'm not sure how well that answered the question, but.
Mr. Newell, I see you have a comment for this.
Yeah, so 2-step process. One, we have to have the appropriate zoning for it to occur. Really, the main step of that is that there has to be an agreement between the food vendor and the regional district to allow them to carry out business on a piece of our property. So where we have food vendors now, we have an agreement separately done through Parks and Recreation, so our community services department. So Mr. Garish is handling the land use part of it. It would be community services that we could get to come in and talk about the type of agreements and what conditions we put on food vendors. I would think that if a citizen called community services and said, I want to put a food truck in a park, our staff, whichever level they reached, said, we don't have any sort of agreement or intent in this year to allow for that. Where we have done it, we've done some research first. I mean, obviously you want the community to be on board with it, and there's some consultation that would occur. There has to be a location search. There has to be services or the appropriate capability to do it. So that would be more of an agreement issue, not a land use issue.
Thank you, sir. Director Obrick, I thought I saw your hand up. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you to the chair, and I find this fascinating. It has lots of application in Area D, the town center, obviously the beach park, other parks, other places. I have a couple questions. The first, and I may be misunderstanding a great deal, but the first question is, when there's a special event, we just had in the last weekend 2 examples. We had Speedway Park had an event where they had issues and they brought in food trucks, I understand. In Heritage Hills, there was a fundraiser for Ukraine, which I think might have had some food truck vendors. So I'm wondering, is this the kind of a permit you're talking about for those kind of events where it might be like a peach festival or something like that? I've gone to Penticton over the years and noticed that the food trucks and other vendors are amazing at those events. Is this also that kind of a permit?
Mr. Garish?
I'm gonna have to apologize again because I'm only to speak to the.
I'm chairing a meeting right now.
Oh, sorry, speak to the proposed amendment bylaw. The permitting of the food trucks is something other than this. I'm honestly not familiar with the requirements that we've brought forward for that.
Okay, and my second question, the administrative recommendation, am I understanding that's the option 4 on your page 2 of the analysis?
I believe so. The staff recommendation is to allow, but not in all zones, in a limited number of zones, and we've put forward a list that we think is appropriate, but certainly if the board wants to modify that list, that option is available to them.
Okay, thank you. I follow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Any other questions for Mr. Garish or Mr. Noel?
Director Roberts has his hand up in the boardroom.
Yes. Director Roberts?
Thank you. I'd like to make the staff recommendation, make a motion on that.
I'll second that.
Seconded, Director Coyne. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Director Monteith is opposed. Motion carries. All right. This is the conclusion of Planning and Development Committee. I'm looking for a motion to. All in favor? Meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Moving back to paragraph.
Okay, thank you, Director Knoll. I will call the Corporate Services Committee meeting to order, and it's looking like we're a little bit ahead of schedule. I would maybe want to add one item to the agenda for the Corporate Services, and that would just be a discussion about coming back to in-person meetings versus the online stuff, and that's only if time permits. So looking for a motion to approve the agenda. Move, seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. First item is RDOS Marketing and Local Government Awareness Week events. CAO, could you tell us what's going on?
So local government week is upon us again. So our legislative services department has been working diligently to organize a program, and then they also want to talk to you about some of the events that are coming up and the development of a calendar. And now that although we keep saying now that COVID is over, which it clearly is not, we are getting back to in-person attendance at events. So I would just turn this over to Ms. Malden, Mr. Chair, to present.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Malden, go ahead, please.
Thanks very much. So this was an exciting report to put together because it does mean we're getting back out in the communities, and I think everybody's ready to do that for sure. So one of the items in our business plan, one of the objectives is to promote understanding of the regional district form of government in the communities, and we do so in various ways. Local Government Awareness Week is one, developing a marketing program to promote the facilities is another. So we're going to do 3 projects here in the next little while. One of the ones that we're going to focus on is Local Government Awareness Week at Coston Elementary. So we have touched base with the teachers there, and they're very supportive of taking the students in, I believe it's grade 3, because that's where they're starting to learn about government. We were aiming always for the higher levels, but we understand they start to learn earlier. So pairing up with our recreation department out there, we're going to spend several days with the kids and do things like scavenger hunts and different tables set up that provide some educational opportunities on local government. The teachers are involved, and I do believe all 3 of the directors in that area will be out and about as well. It incorporates various elements of recreation and trails as well. So it should be really fun for everybody involved and also very informative. And we want to wrap that week up with inviting the children to the board. So at some point on that board meeting, we will see the children come in and they'll have questions for the board. So better get your thinking caps on. They're going to ask you some really hard pressing questions. And so 2 other items that we were focused on is, again, promoting the facilities. In 2023, we will have a pretty comprehensive list of all of the different events that go on in each area, and also those weeks that are celebrated in BC. And we want to formulate a full marketing plan to get people out to our facilities during those weeks. So I understand there is a septic week or something to do with sewage treatment, and so during that week we'll focus on getting citizens out to the sewage treatment plant so they can see how it operates. Things such as that. So we will be bringing that full report for 2023 forward probably near the end of 2022. But in the meantime, we'll be spending some time again out in the Similkameen, 2 different opportunities out there to work with our rec teams in promoting the bowling facility, the rec facility in Karamias. So our rec team will be out there, and it highlights some of the services that they offer, as well as bringing an awareness to the actual facility that it is indeed a regional district facility, because we found in our citizen survey that was one thing that people weren't clear. The facility they were attending, who actually operated that. So and I think the second one that we're going to do with respect to promoting recreation and facilities is out in OK Falls. So you'll see information come out in the next little while on those different opportunities. I do believe the rec ones are in celebration of Recreation Month, which is June. And again, the spending the time with the children in Coston is going to be the week of May 13th through 16th. So again, they'll be at that board meeting. And this is just the start. So we expect to be bringing a lot of engagement opportunities back to the board in the coming months as we start to get back out there. So just an update on that.
Okay, thank you for the update on that. Is there any questions or discussion on what's going to happen with marketing and local government awareness week? Seeing none. Thank you for the update, Ms. Molden. The other item I had asked to potentially discuss on here is in regards to attending in person versus remotely. I had one director, I won't name at this point, ask me if it's something that we should discuss as a board, our comfort levels attending the board meetings. As everybody's aware, COVID hasn't disappeared. Although things are opening up, there are still a few people that are getting COVID. Our boardroom, we cannot physically get apart far enough if everybody's back here to meet those social distancing standards. If they do any good, who knows, but that's where we're at. So I just kind of wanted to throw it open to the board on if you had any thoughts. It was maybe suggested that before meetings, we should, because they're free, take those rapid antigen tests just to make sure we're not carrying and not aware of that fact. It's something to think about, so I will just let the board have a chat about it and see where we want to go, or whether we just stay the same as what we're doing right now. So, any thoughts or discussion? Oh gosh, some hands on there. I'll start with a couple on the screen. I'll go to Director Bauer, and then Obrick, and then McCordoff.
Yeah, thanks, Jay. I had brought it up with Bill before, and then I called you and asked for your thoughts about it, so you don't have to keep that secret. Thank you for that. My thoughts on wasn't so. I mean, it is anybody can do a negative test if they feel that that would be the responsible thing to do. I don't think we can do a policy to do that. I would say it would almost be expected if you are a responsible elected official when you get together in a relatively small boardroom that doesn't have any filters or proper ventilation, that you would like to protect your fellow elected officials, even if you don't care about yourself. But I'm looking more into the future when we already see right now that there just isn't enough room to accommodate staff in there. Our CAO is in its office. You add delegations like the RCMP, they have to go to another room. If you want to throw the public in, I think that we really need to look at alternatives, perhaps. I don't know what they are, but I thought it was important to bring that forward to the board, and perhaps we can come up with some good ideas. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Director Obrick.
Yes, thank you to the chair, and I think this is a really important discussion. This is important, it's serious. I went to LGLA in Richmond, April 5, 6, 7, 8. I was at the SILGA conference last week. I saw a difference in protocols. I saw a difference in safety. When I was at SILGA, I sensed concern for potential, I mean, on the very first evening, I sat with some of our, Director Kazakovich, and in that room, I sensed the feeling of this could be one of those mass spreader events. During the week, I tried to avoid people. I noticed some wore masks. When I was avoiding people in the hallway of the resort, I spoke to a politician from a different area, and I politely mentioned I was trying to be safe and I had the vaccine. And this politician from another area said, you'd probably be better off if you got COVID. And I politely bit my tongue and thought in my head, even at 1 in 10,000 chance of death, I'd rather have a 0 chance of death. And I didn't feel well Thursday night, and I tested positive on Saturday. And I have not enjoyed this past week. But I think for some of us at this board table, and for staff and for public safety alike, it's a fair question. What is the proper safe practice? I think the RDOS has done an excellent job, the staff and the protocols that they put in place for the last 2 years. I don't like the computer meetings. I'd rather be in person. I really think we need the hybrid meetings option for a while, but it's sad that it's not better, and it's really good that things are better than they were. So I wanted to share those comments because I know that there's nobody, I don't think, in our organization, and probably nobody at Silga except that person I spoke to, who maybe is trying to infect people. I really don't think people get infected because they're careless, because they're foolish, because they don't care. I don't think people infect others because they don't care. It's a difficult puzzle. Clearly, it's massive in the world, and we've all suffered uncertainty that's going to carry us forward for a while. So I don't suggest I know the answer, but I do appreciate the chair bringing it forth as a conversation point. Thank you.
I'll go to Director McCordoff and then Director Robinson. I've got two others on the list as well. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. I certainly appreciate what everybody has said. I think that obviously, Director Obrick, you are quite correct. You should be staying home today, especially when we spent some time together at Silga, several of us. And so I think that that is everybody's responsibility to look after themselves, protect themselves, and help to protect others. So I'm totally in favor of this hybrid model. There are some times where I would prefer to be involved, but will stay home. Maybe I have a cold. Maybe I'm just not feeling well. I don't know whether I've got COVID or not. But I do think that we need to be a little bit careful how we do interact with everybody else. So I am perfectly comfortable with the way that we're doing it now, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Robinson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, Manfred stole my thunder. I was going to say maybe we should address the elephant in the room that's not COVID and figure out when we're going to do something about the size of the boardroom and the RDOS building in general. It's been on the books for a long time. I know there was some discussions between RDOS and the city with the possibility of looking at some combined services, but I don't know where that's at, and it would sure be nice to get an update.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm sure we can maybe get an update here in a few minutes. I will go to the other directors. So Director Holmes and then Director Gettens and Canola. Go ahead, Director Holmes.
Yeah, thank you. I think, we follow the provincial health orders, and certainly if they bring back a mandate, we follow those mandates, and we're just following whatever the current regulations are right now. I think everybody has their own comfort level, and we should respect those different comfort levels, which is, I think, what we're doing now. And that respect goes both ways. Some people are more okay, and some people are less okay. And on that, I think my only comment would be when we have delegations like we had this morning, who come here and they come here with the idea of appearing in front of the board in person, and they're comfortable with that, but then we stick them in a separate room. I don't know if that's necessarily respecting their comfort level, and we talk about the size of the room, but I look around here right now, there's several empty seats right here, right now, where, we could have invited the delegations in, I think. And so that'd be my only comment.
Okay, thank you for that. Director Gettens?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I sort of was very similar lines. It was, I like the hybrid model. I think it's great that we have that options, and I think we should stay flexible for that, just ongoing, regardless of COVID or not. I recognize that I just want to confirm that it's completely off the docket that we go somewhere else for these meetings. I think that's too taxing on the time for staff and everything. But I agree, and even having Dawn here over lunch and being in person, I was so thankful to be here in person because it was very different. And I know what it's like when you're on the screen, because I spent my whole life on Zoom, I think. And I almost forgot how good that can be, being in person and learning something new in person. So if there is a way to have the delegations in here, I agree. Or let them know before they come that they can just Zoom in as well. Because we're not getting that interaction if they're sitting in the Simel committee room and we're all in here. So just be respectful back. But I agree, I think there is a bit more room here. If we keep letting Mark know ahead of time so they can plan their room accordingly, I think I'm assuming that's helpful, but I've, Director Bauer and Director Robinson and, talking about that elephant in the room, and this can't go on for like the next 3 or 4 terms. We need to figure this out, COVID or not, so we need to figure that one out.
Okay, thank you. Director Knodel.
Thank you, and to the chair. As most of you are aware, I suffer from a lung condition, and shortly after the election, was infected at a board meeting that, not with COVID, but with pneumonia that affected me terribly and was very traumatic to me. I really appreciate these online meetings. I've had the best 2 years health-wise that I've had in more than a decade, just because I've limited my behavior in contact with people. I'm much more cautious when I approach people now. COVID has been definitely an eye-opener for all of us. I do find an advantage to the online meetings as we've gotten better at them. I actually see everyone up front, where in the meetings quite often half of the board is not visible to me when I'm speaking. So I do like these meetings from that point of view. I do miss the dinners. The lunches were fabulous, but as you afford to miss them or do those. From my point of view, I will, as much as possible, stay with the online venue. It not only gives more room in the boardroom, but it does give me a sense of security that I didn't have after that encounter. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Knodel. Anybody else have any comments or thoughts? Director Santos?
Thank you, Chair. Just to indicate my comfort zone with the hybrid. I think we've come through so many months, in fact, years of this. I think people have a comfort zone. I think this has been working. We identified a mark whether we will be here or not. We have the option. And I think that choice is a wonderful answer to the concern. As to delegations, I agree if we're going to keep them in the other room, then they might as well Zoom in, for sure. If it's possible to create an opportunity for them to be in the room with us, I'd be open to that as well. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Well, I don't see a perfect direction out of this by any means, but I will try to summarize maybe. I have no problems with the hybrid model, although at times when you're chairing, I'm sure you're all aware, you miss the odd person's hand at times. So if we're patient with each other, and it isn't just me as the chair, it could be the committee chairs who have the same issue where you just miss someone's. We'll point that out to each other when we can and work through that. I see a hand from from CAO Newell on there as well, but I'll just finish with, I think it's a good idea if we're going to have the delegations come in, that we should make them aware whether they're going to be in the other room. 1 or 2 is pretty easy to accommodate in here. When you get like the RCMP, we couldn't physically fit them in the room. We should probably let them know that they're either in the smoke mean or do it from their office. But wherever, otherwise, if we play it safe, if you're feeling ill, please do check yourself or just choose to stay home. Keep in mind, though, that you can be feeling perfectly healthy and still have COVID.
That's true.
So test yourself once in a while. It's probably not a bad thing. The kits are free. It's not going to cost us money. And make sure you do it right, though, because I've seen a few people that go to get tested and they just touch their nostril with it and test. Well, of course you're going to test negative. You got to do it right. So that's all I would encourage. And otherwise, I'll go to CAO Newell and see what he had to say, and then Director Knodel as well got a hand up. So go ahead, please, Bill.
I was just informed by Mr. Woods that he is going to have his second stage of the facility needs study at the next board meeting, Mr. Chair.
Okay, that's perfect. That'll update us as to where we are with that. Thank you. Director Knodel, last comments?
Thank you to the chair. I don't know whether everyone sees the screen the same as I do, but Mr. Francisco has incorporated an overall view of the boardroom. So it's much easier now. There's still two directors that are just barely on the screen, but it made a huge difference this time in being able to see everyone as they were putting their hands up. Thank you.
Yeah, it is getting better all the time. And just to that end, Danny was telling me this morning, we're growing in numbers coming in faster than he's getting the equipment he needs for it. It's just happening so slow. So hopefully it comes in all at once and we can actually have what we need to make it work. So thank you for that. And looking for a motion to adjourn corporate. Moved, seconded, all in favor? We are adjourned. I see no hands against. So we do have a few minutes before we start at 2:15. So take a few minutes and fill up coffees or whatever you need to do.
Yeah.
I'll go grab that stuff.
Okay, you ready to meet outside in my car?
Sure.
Okay, I'm just parked right up.
Go
Can you
ahead.
hear me, Manfred? Oh, he just took his mic off.
Catch you in a bit.
Okay.
Find a date.
Because
I don't know how that works.
Well, you know what? That's right. But did you get this medicine at the age of 2, right?
No, it doesn't cure
Doesn't cure
COVID.
Well, you know what?
Somebody in Summerland won $1 million, in the lottery.
rodeo grounds.
No,
And
whoa,
Linda
yeah.
used to be one of the premier musicians in Portland.
But
Are we almost ready to go there, Danny?
dryer part,
Thumbs up?
It's amazing.
so it's either.
I hope it gets polished.
Okay.
And come back.
We're just starting.
Okay, folks, if we could call the Regional District Okanagan Snoqualmie regular board meeting to order. We have before us a proposed agenda. This is our only opportunity to remove anything off the consent agenda if you want to see that discussed in the regular board meeting. So looking around, is there anything anybody wants removed off the consent agenda? Seeing nothing, I would ask for a motion to approve the agenda. Moved, seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Before we go on to the consent agenda, and Director or Vice Chair Coyne handed me a note here that he'd asked that we hold a minute of silence here for the missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and the Two-Spirit people. I understand today's the day that's recognized or something to that effect. So if we could just take a moment and silence, recognize that, please. Thank you for that. Down to the consent agenda, corporate issues. Motion to adopt that. Moved, seconded, thank you. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Any opposed? Motion carries. Consent agenda, development services. Motion on that one. Moved, seconded, thank you. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Any opposed? Motion carries. Over to development services, building inspection. Item B1, building bylaw infraction in Naramata. CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So we have expired permit in a manufactured home in Naramata, and it has a number of engineering reports that are outstanding. It requires a geotech report, structural engineer report, electrical report, and it's in the tax recovery process. And obviously it will come up for sale at some point. So we want to put a notice on title of the deficiencies, Mr. Chair. And then if they haven't been, if the deficiencies haven't been corrected by the end of May, we want to start seeking injunctive action.
Okay, I'll go to Director Kazakovich on this one.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move the administrative recommendation.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. I would inquire if the property owner or agent is present to address the board. Please press your raise hand button, or I think it's *3 if you're just phoning in. Am I missing anybody, Danny? Or
Not yet.
okay. I don't believe we have anybody there. Is there any discussion on this then from the board? Director Sentes, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just a comment that these sorts of things cause me significant concern, that there's such a lack of respect between those that we represent and the rules and regulations that we also represent. And I see going way back to 2018, our staff have been placed in a really awkward and difficult situation. So I just wish that people would be more respectful of our processes, because if they're not, then we're forced into the decision that we're having to make today. So just a comment.
No, but very true. Thank you for that. Any further discussion on this? Seeing no hands, this is a corporate vote, so all those in favor? Thank you very much. Any opposed? Nobody opposed, motion carries. Down to C, Development Services, Temporary Use Permit in Electoral Area D, CAO.
We have an application for a temporary use permit on Vassaw Lake, Mr. Chair, for the purposes of vacation rental. And we're recommending that that be approved.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Oberg. Is this direction on this?
Yes, thank you to the chair. I'm going to speak to it briefly, but I'm going to make the alternative number one motion that it not be approved. And maybe what I'll do is I'll make the motion and then allow, there's a lot of community concern here. I think everybody's seen the letters, but maybe the best way to proceed is to have the, if the applicant's available, you know, speak and answer questions, and staff can answer questions. And I think I'll just stop there and make that motion.
Okay, it's moved. Is there a seconder for this? Seconded. Okay, we do have a motion on the floor that's to the negative, so I would ask again if there's an owner or agent who wishes to speak to this, who is online. There is. If you could speak up, please, and just say your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yep. My name is Grant Temple, and my wife is with me as well, and her name is Michelle McCreevy. We are just recently retired, and we are looking at doing the vacation rental as supplementary income. We only will be doing it for possibly a month, maybe 2 months at the most. It's not a regular thing for us. We live on the coast as well as we come back and forth. Basically, we're just looking for that extra supplemental income. There are probably 6 other rentals on the lake. We're the only one who's applied for the temporary use permit. So I think it's very important that we have that opportunity to follow the regulations, and we're trying our best to do that. So that's basically it. We only rent to less than 6 people, so it's not a numbers thing. And our home is very well maintained, and we live not only here, but we also have a place where we can go when we are renting. We have a place up here. We have a person across the street that takes care of the property as well. So it's fully maintained as well as monitored on a regular basis. So there really isn't any concern for numbers or parking or any of that kind of nature.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll go to the board and ask if there's any questions they may have of the applicant. Looking around. Director Obrick, you have a hand. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you to the chair. And through the chair, I have a few questions. The first one, have you done vacation rental out of this property previous to now, like the other 5 property owners you've just described? Have you done that in the past?
Yes, we have.
And for how many years?
Probably 2 or 3, three, I think.
Different question, but community concern expressed to me is that you put a deck without permits, and that is still not in proper order. Is that correct?
Yeah, we added a sector, 2 little corner pieces. We added, the deck was falling apart, so we fixed it. And in the process of, as we were fixing it, then it got to a point where we had to replace some sections of it, and we weren't able to do the complete renovation of that until we were able to get you guys are working through some kind of issue with the water course development permits. So we were just waiting for that to go through for us to finalize that process.
But my understanding is correct. You began that work without permits, didn't get permits. Just when enforcement came, you're now attempting to bring it into compliance.
Yes.
The community members have told me that when these concerns arose and they spoke with you or somebody on your behalf, your answer was that it's easier or better or somehow preferable to seek forgiveness than permission. Do you have any recollection speaking that way in community?
No. Never. We didn't even know that was required. Like even the permit, like for our temporary use permit, I had no idea that was required. We have never even known that was a requirement. Like this vacation rental, as far as our community, even people I know that are renting, nobody even knew that this existed. So it was accidental. But no, I've never said it's easier to ask forgiveness. That's not true.
Did you say anything like that?
No.
With the deck, were you not aware that permits were required for that work as well?
We didn't at first. We only realized afterwards when we ended up having to go farther on the deck. The deck was collapsing, so our contractor just fixed little pieces at a time. And they fixed that little part, and then he realized that there was another section, and so they fixed that section, and they fixed another section. So they fixed multiple sections until we realized, he said to us, well, now I'm at a point where he probably should have got permits because I just was repairing this.
And is there an encroachment issue with the riparian water setback? Is that one of the issues?
I think that we added the deck was had a little bit of a triangle section, which was about a 5 foot by 5 foot triangle that we filled in and made the deck square. So we had a riparian, Karen Granger, I believe her name is. She came out and looked at it and then just said, well, we were going over the existing footprint. And by going over the existing footprint, we were okay with the exception of the one little corner, which she said we could just add 6 shrubs and that would make up for the small little section that we had changed.
Okay, and final question.
Yes.
This is not your primary.
This has nothing to do with the agenda item.
Yeah, I
I'm
tend
sorry,
to
what
agree.
was that? Who was
We're
speaking?
getting a little bit off base here,
Yeah,
Director
no,
Obrick, in terms of a TUP. Keep it to that, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I certainly will do so. Appreciate the guidance. Thank you very much. I have one last question, and with the chair's permission, you can answer. And if the chair says I'm out of order or out of line, I'll respect the chair. I just want a clarification. Am I understanding correctly? This is not your permanent residence. It's your vacation home. You'll be there. I'm curious how long of the year you intend to live there, if at all.
No, this is our permanent residence. It's documented as our permanent residence.
Thank you.
Okay, any other directors who want to ask a question of the applicant? Seeing no hands, thank you for giving us a brief presentation. We'll turn it back to the board for direction on this. Any discussion on the motion? We do have one to deny is what's on the board floor. Director Obrick?
Thank you to the chair. And through the chair, I just want to add a few comments. I'm sure everybody at the board has read the community concern. There's been a de facto trial period of a couple years. If you read the materials, there's a lot of concern raised. The abundance of the response, almost all of it, but for one, I think, is opposed. Lots of reasons given, lots and lots of reasons given. Community concerns important. I won't go into a lot of the details, But I think Director Sentes said it very well when she talked about community having respect for the rules and for each other, I suppose. And these matters, of course, when they come before us, they're challenging. There's a balancing of considerations. The board has a job to do in listening and considering all those considerations. And so I thank the board for their attention to this file. Thank you.
Any further discussion on this? Making sure I'm missing nobody online or on screen. Okay, this is a reminder that this is a motion to deny. I will call the question on it, and it is a rural vote, or does it become corporate? Could I check with Ms. Molden on that?
It's still rural.
Okay, just wanted to be sure on that. So rural vote to deny. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Directors Bush, Knodel, and Pendergraft opposed. Motion carries. Down to item C2, Agricultural Land Commission referral, CAO in Area H.
This is on Allison Lake, Mr. Chair. It's an application for a secondary dwelling, which the Area H zoning bylaw permits. But this exceeds the maximum square footage from the ALC. So we're recommending that this be authorized to proceed to the ALC.
Okay, I'll go to Director Allison. Direction on this?
I think the comments speak to themselves. This was a land that was had a sort of a troubled background when it first was changed hands earlier, a number of years back, but I personally would be in favor of the recommendation.
Okay, so you're moving it to go to
Yes,
the
I
ALC?
will move to go to the ALC.
Seconded, I'm assuming, thank you. Discussion on this? Seeing no hands, again, I'll call the question. This one is a corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to C3, zoning amendment for Area A, CAO.
This is a corporation that owns a couple of wineries and a number of vineyards, Mr. Chair, and they want to construct 10 agritourism cabins on one parcel. And the Area A zoning bylaw permits only 5, but they could go ahead and build 5 on each of their parcels. It makes much more sense to allow them to congregate these on one parcel, thereby reducing the footprint into their agricultural uses. So we are recommending that this get first and second reading and then proceed to public hearing, Mr. Chair. But with the statutory covenant that they only build the 10, that they don't come back and ask to build further agricultural or agritourism on other parcels based on the recommendation that we're making for the 10. And then we're recommending that that be delegated to you, Mr. Chair, to hold the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. Would someone be willing to make those motions? Thank you, Director Bush, seconded. There's 2 of them here. The first one is rural and the second part is corporate, so we do have to keep them separate. This is just to give it first and second. Any discussion on that? Director Knodel, go ahead, please.
Just wondering, it's 2 parcels of land. If they sold the 1 parcel of land after these 10 were built, would the subsequent owner then be able to apply to build 5 more? Could we end up with 15 and not just 10?
Statutory covenants stay with the parcel of land that it's attached to. So they would have to come back to us and ask for that to be removed. So we would have an option to say no if that was the case for the board. Any further questions, comments? Seeing none. First one is portion is rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. The second part of that is the holding of the public hearing. Anybody willing to make that? Thank you. Seconded. Discussion on this? Pretty straightforward. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. C4, zoning amendment in electoral area D, CAO.
This is Sun and Sands RV Park on Skaha Lake, Mr. Chair. And they're applying to construct two 24-unit apartment buildings, so 48 units in total. And we're recommending that we give first and second reading on that and send it to public hearing, but subject to a couple of covenants. One, we want a 7-meter stretch of land along the lake to continue the Skaha Lake walkway. And there's also a pavilion that Sun and Sand owns that we'd like to be turned over for public use. So with those covenants, Mr. Chair, we're recommending that it get first and second reading and be sent to public hearing, and then that be delegated to Director Olbrich.
Okay, I'll go to Director Olbrich for direction on this.
Yes, and thank you to the chair, and through the chair, I'm going to give a brief update and then make a motion to postpone to the next meeting. This matter has been before us before. Some of you will remember it in December. This is a willing seller, a willing buyer. The purchaser brought forth the application for the zoning change. They had a good faith agreement, a lot of good faith public process here. Staff have done excellent work. Public information meetings, APC. There's been amendments. The original application was withdrawn and put forth with good improvement, good listening to the community, good success. Staff did an excellent job. The conditions the CAO spoke about were conditions communicated historically with the current owners and at the time of the town center plan, which is in our town center. It's adjacent to this property, that zoning. This zoning change this process has been ongoing for a long time. The purchaser had a condition removal date of December year end 2021. That was not doable with our ability to deliver services. They negotiated an extension to April 30, and staff and myself communicated to the parties that it was not possible to get this through this board process before April 30th. It just wasn't possible. The CAO has spoken about our organizational capacity. We've heard that earlier today from Mr. Garish. Now, I have indicated to both parties that this has received excellent, expeditious attention from our staff, from the board, and there has been no delay or improper conduct at the board level or at the staff level that have delayed this. And with all that good faith effort by community, by both parties, as of yesterday, I was told by the seller that the deal is dead. They would not extend the April 30th option for getting this done. The buyer I also spoke with has told me they're willing to go forward, but they are risk adverse. They want zoning confirmed, and they've asked for an extension. They believe good faith is that the deal was to work together to get this process done. So when I asked, is the deal completely dead or only mostly dead, like the Princess Bride, can it be brought back to life? There is a chance. There is a chance that it could come back together. And so As of today, I cannot go forward. There's more information. The seller said to pull it from the agenda. Mr. Guerra said it wasn't time to pull it from the agenda. I suggested I would speak to the postponement, get us a couple weeks where these parties can continue and we can learn more. And when we know more, then we'll know if it's going forward or if it's not. With respect to the project itself, I think the project has good merit, and I believe the purchaser had ability to deliver and has every good intention to do so should that opportunity happen. So there's uncertainty is the short answer for today, but that's the reason for the motion for postponement. Both parties know I'm speaking to it. Both parties know that it is expected to be postponed. And so that's my motion, if we can postpone for to the next meeting. Thank you.
We need something on the floor to postpone, but
I have a question.
go ahead, Director Coyne, you had a question?
So this is only to second reading. Would it not be, if timing is an issue, would it not be prudent to move it to second reading, postpone the public hearing, and postpone final reading if there is the chance of a deal? Because if we have to put this back in the queue, it could take a while, and you could jeopardize the potential sale yet again. We can still defeat it at third reading if nothing happens. That's what I'm saying. I just don't want to see if this is something that's possible. I don't want to see it get held up yet again due to capacity. We'll see.
Yeah, we could just go the route of giving it first reading, and then it would come back to get second and go to public hearing, or be squashed if it falls apart at that point too. So there are a couple of options here, Director Obrick. Which would you prefer? Put it on the floor as is and postpone, or just maybe give it first reading?
If I can speak to it briefly, and I appreciate that advice, that input. There was a matter on the 7 meters, which there were discussions on that. That was the final issue, and that went sideways when the parties could not come to terms on the extension. Now, one of the concerns I have, and this is for Director Coyne's information, and for the rest, and anybody who wants to give advice, I'm open to listening. One of the concerns we have is the idea is to get this development done, not to get a zoning done so that it can be shopped on the market, and maybe all the work that was done to get this far is that value and that purpose is lost. So I certainly am sensitive to the concern of causing more delay. I don't want to do that. On the other hand, the object is to get a good project done, not to do a switch. So, you know, if somebody comes forth and does the work, and then somebody else takes advantage and switches it, and we get a different outcome, this process was not for that different outcome. And that's the challenge on the moment. What is really going to happen with this property? And if there's nothing happening, then there's certainly no reason to amend the zoning. And that's a little bit of the puzzle I'm facing. And so I'll listen further if others can comment. And Director Coyne, I'm curious to hear what you say.
We do need a motion on the floor to really move any direction on this. And
I'll second his motion so I can speak.
what motion is that?
His motion was to postpone it, but
we need something on the floor though to postpone. Unless this was from December, was it a motion made back then? Do you recall, Chair or CAO?
I don't recall, Mr. Chair. It doesn't indicate it in the report.
If I may help, I think that one was withdrawn and then a new application. So that may be relevant.
Okay, so there's nothing on the floor at this time. So in order to postpone, we do need a motion on the floor. But is there a direction or discussion? I will give a little bit of latitude here to the board on discussing this now. Go ahead, Director Monteith.
To the chair, I do see Director Coyne's point. And to get to the point where you were going, Director Oberek, I think that doing first and second reading, and then if it is successful, you can book the public hearing while you're waiting, like, so you're getting things in motion for it to be successful. So, yeah, I think that would be the motion that I would make if I was in your position.
Okay, Director Coyne, go ahead.
So my concern is if we don't, it takes, well, it'll take about a month and a half to get through the board. If you wait till August, say, to start this process, you're not going to start construction this year if they have a deal. If you do this now, and they can come to some sort of agreement, next month, this could be finalized, and they could still start construction this year. We deal with this all the time because we only have a very short window of when we can and cannot build. So, you know, anything that you put off costs more money in the long run. You can always defeat it later and take it off the table. Or the property owner may say, continue on, and it will increase the property. There's a potential of increasing property value due to that. So.
Okay. So direction on this, Director Oberek.
Yes, thank you to the chair, and thank you very much to Director Coyne and Director Monteith as well. With that advice, and with that notion that if it goes sideways, we can always withdraw it or cancel it or abandon it, then perhaps I change my mind on the motion and make the administrative recommendation, which gets it moving quicker.
So you're moving to give first and second and proceed to public hearing, just to be clear, right? Or
Yeah,
just giving.
And according to my understanding from the advice given, it can always be stopped later, but by doing it this way, we're not slowing anything down. And that does provide, at least in this moment, a benefit which I can see perhaps helps the parties bring whatever they're doing. Maybe it'll help them too.
Okay, Director Holmes?
Well, yeah, but I don't know if you want to proceed to public hearing, because then after the public hearing will be new information and they'll just throw it away back.
Yeah.
So I don't think you want to proceed to public hearing.
Delay the public hearing would be my advice on it, but
I'm going to defer to your advice, and we'll delay the public hearing.
So this is a motion then for first and second only.
I'll make
Is there
that
a seconder for that? Seconded, thank you. Okay, we have it on the floor. That's just first and second, and we can bring it back for a public hearing date if need be. CAO?
So the date for the public hearing would be up to Director Obrick. And so once all of his concerns were satisfied, he could schedule that. If the board doesn't send it to public hearing or delegate responsibility for a public hearing to Director Obrick, we're sort of in the same boat if we didn't move first and second reading.
Okay, similar. Yeah, I agree. So we can amend it to that, to the public hearing. Is that what you're willing to do, Director Obrick?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear everything, and I do have a question, but can you repeat your question first?
I just said, do you want to make it to go to public hearing? And then you have the direction as to when the public hearing would be set?
I'm going to ponder that option, but first I'm going to ask a question. Could we have the public hearing at a board meeting in the morning like we often do, and then that's the same day that we could do the third reading? Is that an option?
It is, but I would assume that then we're not giving you the public hearing. It would be at the board table, probably through myself as the chair, or whomever is the chair at that meeting.
I don't mind sharing if, you know, that's not gonna.
Okay, so
He never says that. Let's take it.
we need to amend that motion to give it public hearing.
Yeah, I'm looking for some thoughts back. I don't have a best idea as to what's the best answer here. I'm really appreciating the help. So I'll put it back to you. What do you think?
I'll go to Director Barkwell first here. He hasn't spoke
If
yet.
you're looking for an opinion, I would do exactly what the chair says. And it's, the ball's in your court. You can decide when the hearing should be held, if ever. And that keeps all the options open and is the fastest process that's on the table.
Mark, Christie has her hand up on my screen.
I'm not seeing her on mine for some reason. Maybe this one. Okay, top corner. I didn't even see it. Go ahead, Ms. Mullen.
Thanks, Chair. So this is two separate motions as it reads right now. So
Yes.
the motion for first and second is rural. And the second part of it, if you want to go to a public hearing delegated, that's a corporate. If you're going to combine them two, they'll both be rural in one vote.
Okay, so that's important to note. My suggestion would be leave it the way it is, worded as the staff recommendation, but it is Director Obrick's call.
I have a further question. So if we delegate to the director, in terms of the timing of the hearing, I'm understanding some discretion as to that, but how quickly can that be done? There must be notice requirements and.
Yes, it would just have to meet the notice requirements, and maybe the CAO can explain those to us, the time frame.
Yeah, there's statutory requirements, Mr. Chair, and it can be held after 2 successive advertisements in the local paper.
Okay, so within a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Weeks. And that's the
You
fastest.
don't have to hold it that fast, but that would be the minimum. You have to advertise it so that the public knows.
And that would be faster than having it come back to the board committee in the morning for a public hearing. That would actually be faster.
Yeah, we still have to advertise even those ones. Same time frame. Quickly.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I'm going to take the advice offered and I will make the administrative recommendation motion.
Okay, we do have one for first and second on the floor though. So you want to just amend that to go to public hearing as well? That would probably be the quickest.
Yeah, if I can withdraw and then replace it with the administrative recommendation.
Can't withdraw one that's already been seconded, so just amend that one and or defeat that first one and.
I will, well, I'll amend it to change it
Include
to
public hearing?
administrative recommendation.
Okay, it's seconded, so any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, I'll call a question on the amendment. This is to include a public hearing with that, so all those in favor, it would be rural only, I believe, at this stage, so. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. So
I was tempted to oppose, but okay, I won't.
You better not after all that. So on the main question, first and second in public hearing, rural vote, all those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. So the second part of that is a corporate, and we're delegating it to Director Obrick, who can set a date with staff to make that work. So this is corporate. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. C5, zoning amendment bylaw, another electoral area D, CAO.
Yeah, so this is a property that was severed from a mobile home park, Mr. Chair, and the applicant wants to build a single-family dwelling on that parcel, and it needs to be zoned appropriate for a single-family dwelling. So we are recommending that this be given first and second reading and sent to public hearing, and that public hearing be before the board on June 2nd.
Okay, direction, Director Obrecht?
Thank you. Yes, I will move the administrative recommendation, please.
Moved, seconded, thank you. Discussion on this one? Fairly straightforward. Seeing no hands, I'll call question. This is a rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. C6, Official Community Plan Amendment, Electoral Area E, CAO.
This is for the construction of a tram in Area E, Mr. Chair, to take a tram from the lake up to the level where the applicant has his house and pool. And it seems to contravene RAPR, the riparian area protection regulation. So what the applicant wants to do is amend the OCP to permit an expedited application, which he believes might then get around the regulation, which we don't believe it will. But we're recommending that the application be denied, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I will go to Director Kazakovich for direction on this.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to move the alternate recommendation for first and second reading and public hearing and can speak to it.
Okay, moved, seconded, thank you. Go ahead, Director Kazakovich.
Yeah, thank you. This has been a really interesting one. It's the first tram out in Area E to access waterfront from properties that are up the hillside. While wanting to support provincial direction, we need to look at what's in the best interest of the environment and the habitat. The intent is to protect habitat and environment, and I see this electric tram as fulfilling that commitment over having the applicant cut a walking path or an ATV path back and forth down the hillside. You may have noticed that in an email that came out to all of you, a 2-page email that showed 2 examples. A neighbor was in support of this, an immediate neighbor. But what's interesting is there's a letter in the package from the Ministry of Ag, and the Ministry of Agriculture actually wrote, quote, that a design like this would be recommended to limit land impacts. So we already have the Ministry of Ag speaking. So it's a very interesting one, a challenging one, but I do feel I'd like to see it go forward to a public hearing to hear more from the public on this one. Thank you.
Thank you. It is interesting. Any further discussion on this? Go ahead, Director Roberts.
My question would be, so for instance, if they, sorry to the chair, if they use a tram, and we're saying that this is the best way forward, and I agree, but what stops them from doing the ATV trail as well? Like, is this something that if they do this, this is instead of, and it wouldn't, because again, if we're saying we don't want to limit that, what if this ends up becoming something as well? That would be my question.
Not sure I can answer that. Maybe Director Kazakovich or CAO can?
Everybody's frozen.
Uh-oh. We lost everybody here.
Overloaded.
You broke it. I got no view.
I'm not allowed near this stuff at home or at
No, I think it just went to sleep. Danny will have to wake it back up for us.
It's not connected.
No, something's happened, or we lost.
Go on your laptop. You're still online. Everyone's still there.
Hmm.
Is that a fair question?
Sounds like a fair question.
It is a fair question, but we've got to just wait till we get folks back before we can answer it.
Because you might have to add that to a motion. If you're doing this to do that, then you have to say that.
Well, you could add a covenant or something to
Yeah.
a limit.
Well, wouldn't they have to get a development plan to do it?
Probably to be cutting an ATV trail, but I don't know those rules, so.
How do they get up and down now? It's hard to see.
Yeah, I have no idea.
It's a protected area.
They're super popular, like Australia, or my husband was in Australia, there's, everybody has them.
Cabs?
Yeah.
Ah, there I see faces again.
Inflators?
But it depends where it ends up. That's the
Oh, incline.
Maybe, yeah. And they're, but they're
For
big
some
enough.
reason, I can't unmute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
I'm just saying if that's the use.
Maybe it's the reason said you can't have a walk. You can't have a walk down to your beach. It's just, you're gonna do it.
We're good now? Can you hear us, CAO?
Yes, I can, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Did you hear Director Roberts' question? What
Could I
would
get
prevent these
restated?
folks from having and a walkway was what he'd asked.
Well, both of them would go through the riparian area. So we don't disagree that it would make, from the pictures, it seems to make a lot of sense to have a tram rather than that winding trail. But the problem is that both of them would require a QEP report that would have to be submitted to the province. The province would have to agree to it prior to us issuing any permit. So either way, unless, I mean, we assume, but we wouldn't know whether the province would issue approval on an assessment report going through the RAR for this, but it's unlikely. So if this were to proceed, we would still require the applicant to get a QEP to do an impact assessment and send it into the province.
Okay, understood. Director Sentes, question or comment?
Well, thank you, Chair. I have a curiosity about property that is now 1775 winery. There was a vehicular on that property. I'm wondering, is it still operational, or would it have any impact on this application if it is?
I am not sure on that. Maybe Director Kozakovich can answer that.
I believe that property Director Sentis is talking about, though, is in City of Penticton. So I don't know.
Oh.
Right, 1775. Yeah, isn't in Area E.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further discussion on this? I don't believe I'm missing any hands. Yell if I am. I will call the question. This is a motion to send it to public hearing. Rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to C7. Official Community Plan Amendment in Electoral Area E, CAO.
This is the Shoot Lake Resort application, Mr. Chair, and they want to acquire a couple of additional parcels of Crown land to expand their operation. And they want to build some cabins with kitchen facilities, which is not permitted right now. So we're recommending that this bylaw amendment be given first and second reading and sent to the board meeting of June 2nd.
June 2nd. Okay. Director Kozakovich, direction on this?
Yes, I'd like to move the administrative recommendation.
Okay, it's moved, seconded. Thank you. Discussion? Seeing no hands, call the question on a rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. C8, another one in Area E, zoning amendment this time, CAO.
Yeah, this is a a vineyard, Mr. Chair, that has an existing building and it has 6 sleeping units in it. They're only using 5 right now, and that's all the bylaw permits. They want to use the 6th. I think they're using it for storage right now, but they want to convert it to a 6th sleeping unit. So they need to do a zoning amendment for that. So we're recommending that this amendment get first and second reading and proceed to public hearing, and that be delegated to Director Kozakovich.
Okay, I'll go to Director Kozakovich. Which direction do you want to go on this one?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to move the administrative recommendation.
Okay, moved, seconded, thank you. Discussion? Seeing again, no, oh, go ahead, Director Kozakovich.
Yeah, I could just add a little bit of context. You've seen quite a mix of, there's letters against, there's letters for. This almost came forward to the board. I'm thinking about 3 years ago or so, there was some public feedback from neighbors against it. So the property owners decided to just not bring it to the board and spend a few years working on operating the 5 units, making sure they're operating them correctly, and then bring it back to the board as they have now. So it doesn't have any extra loss of agricultural land. It's already an existing building. So I'd really like to take this further and get it to a public hearing to get some more feedback on it. Thank you.
Okay, anything further? Seeing no hands. First part of that is a rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. I'm assuming you'll move the second part of that, Director Kozakovich, as well. Thank you. Second, or yes, seconded. Thank you, Director Bush. Discussion? Seeing none, this is the corporate portion. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. C9, Official Community Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment in Electoral Area H, CAO.
This is up by Tulameen, Mr. Chair, on Lawless Creek Road, and it's an applicant that wants to create a 10-lot strata, a bareland strata of 1 hectare lots, so 10 1-hectare lots in the strata. And we are recommending, so they need a OCP amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment. We're recommending that that gets first and second reading and be sent to public hearing before the board on June 2nd.
Okay, thank you. Director Allison.
I will move the administrative recommendation.
Okay, moved, seconded, thank you. Any discussion on this? Seeing no hands, this one is a rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. C10, Zoning Amendment Bylaw, Area I, CAO.
Yeah, so this is a duplex up at Apex, Mr. Chair. And they want to build a secondary suite in each side of the duplex. And this is going to require multiple variances if it gets approved, just because it's a lot of building on a smaller lot. So with that and with the space challenges that they have at Apex, as far as everybody's got toys and there's snow removal, not a lot of additional space on lots. We are recommending that this application be denied, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Monteith for direction.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make the alternate recommendation number 1, please.
Okay, we have that. Could you just read that out for us? I don't have it right in front of me.
That's the Okanagan Valley Bylaw, zoning amendment bylaw 2800.110/2020, read first and second time and proceed to public hearing. Want me to keep going or that?
Nope, that's fine. So it's going to first and second and public hearing.
Correct.
Moved. Is there a seconder for that? Thank you.
Thanks.
Hands are going everywhere. Go ahead, Director Monteith.
I would like to speak to the applicant or the application. So this property is located right by the general parking at Apex. So It makes sense to have that accommodation at that location. The community of Apex wants more accommodation, so the fact that they're going through the right process pleases me. Everybody, the neighbors, everybody's in support of the application, so I think there'll be no negative feedback coming back. They've gone through the whole process and they've been very transparent, very supported by the community. I mean, it's a great thing, so absolutely support it.
Okay, any further discussion on this, Director Bush?
Yeah, so my concerns would, how does the septic work or whatever, like we live downstream, so.
Yeah, true. Director Monti.
Thank you. So their septic is through the Apex. They have a community system.
Community sewer system, correct?
And
Okay.
water.
Director Roberts?
Thank you to the chair. And to follow that up, because that was my same question I was going to have, and how do we know what Apex's septic system can handle and what's had failures in the past? So where are the thresholds, and how are those things being held accountable? Because it's a private company, we don't have access to information. And Interior Health only deals with issues around the sewer system if it fails and if there's a complaint, but doesn't deal with it because it's on private land. So my concern, again, as being downstream, is that this particular development is adding again further housing. And as you stated, they want more housing, but does the water system, does the septic and sewer, is it up to par? Is it where it needs to be able to take that amount? Because again, if there's any failure with their private sewer system, they can just let it flush out and then that just goes all downstream. So that's my concern.
Director Monteith, you have an answer to that?
Yeah, to the chair, I'm aware of no problems and they would have to apply. I believe they already have started the process of applying for extra water licenses and going through what they need to do to be able to get that water servicing and as well as the sewer. So they're doing what they need to do at the Apex Resort to do that.
Go ahead, Director Roberts.
And for them to get other water permits, that's through the Similkameen Improvement District, which is again on the Headley Water aquifer too in regards to dealing with its watershed. So I've got some multiple concerns. I'd love there to be some more open and transparent way that your surrounding communities can know what's happening around the water and sewer.
Okay. Fair comments. Any further discussion on this? Checking the screen, seeing no hands. I believe this is a rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Got Directors Roberts and Bush, and am I missing anybody else? Director Obrick, did I see you were opposed as well? No? Okay. Motion carries. Next one is item C11, environmentally sensitive development permits, CAO.
Yeah, so we discussed this somewhat this morning at committee, Mr. Chair. This is a review of the environmentally sensitive development permit areas in our bylaws. And our concern was applying it at the building inspection stage rather than just at subdivision and rezoning. We don't believe that the province has given us the adequate tools to adequately enforce. And it seems punitive at some points with the costs of getting the QEPs. And regardless, we have the objection from the province and from the Canada Wildlife Service, which the board heard at committee 2 weeks ago. And we do have a motion on the floor that was deferred until after we heard the delegation from the province. So this now comes back on the floor. We don't need a mover and seconder. This is on the floor and then open for debate as to whether the board wants to move forward with first and second reading and sending it out to public hearing.
Okay, thank you for that. So as you've heard, this motion is on the floor. Discussion on it? Director Gettens, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I think that because we've all agreed to work with the province, that we need to give the time for that work to get done before we move anything on our end. So I won't support the motion that's on the floor. I think we need to come up with a bit of a timeline to let people at least get the project started before we get rid of the permit altogether.
Director Monteith?
To the chair, I'm wondering if it would be appropriate to add a motion for postponement for the year to be able to allow what we've agreed to earlier, to be able to let that process unfold, but yet keep this ready to go should be needed.
Could be appropriate, but I would ask that we hold that for a few seconds to just have some discussion before we go there. As soon as we go to a motion to defer, all discussion would end.
Yes.
So, Director Roberts?
Thank you, Chair. My concern again, as we've heard from staff, is they're understaffed in regards to the workload that they have and all that's going on. My concern, if we indefinitely hold this off and have it in play, it's still creating a workload that is not sustainable. I'm wondering whether or not can't we go forward and decrease their workload and then move forward with whatever recommendations come out with the province down the line as well. Because it's kind of the other way around. We're looking at lots of issues around the ability of people to move the permitting process through, and it's creating undue, it sounds like from the staff, they were saying like redundancies and other issues. So it's not working at our end, so to carry on with what doesn't work, I don't know whether or not that's a good idea or not. I do think it's good that we get involved in the process with the province, but that could give us something to mull over and to work on in the future. But right now, what we have is something that's failing. So why support something that's failing when we can remove it and then move forward in the process?
Okay, thank you. Good comments. Looking around for any other hands. Director Coyne, you have something you wanted to say?
I guess it's more a question is what do we want to accomplish right now? Do we want to accomplish that you can fire smart your property and build your shed in the backyard, but keep the really areas that we know are sensitive, keep them, protected? And does this motion cover that, or do we need to wait or do we need something else? Because I understand where you're coming from, right? I mean, it was because there's certain things that are just cumbersome and they don't really belong. But at the same time, I mean, the government has made it very clear that they want time to work on this, and I think there's got to be a way that we can balance this in the meantime to keep things moving forward without overloading us.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. I would add, though, that listening to what the province and the feds had to say, they were more concerned about the $1 million plus that they've invested into this than they seem to be. I didn't really hear the word environmental concerns in their discussion. It was about this. And our residents have invested that much or more and will continue to do that every time there's an application in. And we really haven't seen any benefit. Last time I spoke to this, I'd read through 146 or 48, I forget which one it was, but I'm now up to 178 on reading of the 200. And we have yet to come across one where they say, you cannot build here because of this. The problem isn't the house building. It's the bigger picture of whether we want development in the big areas outside the communities. And that ain't being addressed with this ESDP scheme. So I would struggle to support anything else. And I would also add, even if we postpone it and the province comes back with some recommendations, we have to amend the bylaw. If we cancel what we've got now and we decide to take on what the province recommends, we're going to have to amend that bylaw. We're amending it doing this. I don't see this as a bad move right yet. So that's my 2 bits worth. Director Gettens?
So I'm just gonna remind everybody about, it wasn't just what we had here. We don't have very much support, even like from our neighbors at Cord. We don't have the support. We haven't heard from the PIB or the OIB or anything like that. And we do have something in place, and it's not great because we did have recommendations from 2019 that we never found the time to put forward or to try out. It was in one of our reports, or was it 2017? Whenever the recommendations, we haven't done the recommendations from the first time. So my concern is by canceling this all together, when does it come back on the docket? When do we start doing this? Because I disagree. They said that 80% or something like that of the most endangered species or the endangered lands are on private property. And I just keep thinking about, like, if you come up to West Bench and there's 2 properties right now that don't have any protection on them and see what's happening to them, it's astonishing what's happening. Like, they're filling up a gully, just dumping and dumping hundreds of truckloads of gullies. So I can't support it. I think it's too important to get rid of it. We just said we were going to work with somebody and then we're going to go and do this. Like, the purpose of them, the request is for us to postpone this while they get this going. And then the next meeting we're going to say, now we're going to get rid of it anyway. I don't agree with this at all. I think we should postpone it. If it's not for the full year, let's at least give them the time to get things going and come back again in October. That's 5 months. And then let's hear what's going on then. But to just get rid of it now, right after we agreed to work with partners, does not sit well with me at all. I don't think it's a very good faith move.
Okay, I'll go to CAO Newell first, and then Director Obrecht.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just on the process part of it, not to express opinions either for or against, but on process, to postpone indefinitely, which is really what you would be doing. Really, under parliamentary procedure, it means that you're disposing of it. You just don't want to see it again. But you want to dispose of it without having to reject it. So if the province is intending to do a review, and it's a provincial review, whatever comes back is going to look much different than what our bylaw looks like right now. It would be better if the board doesn't want to deal with this right now to just reject it. And then we'll start over once we get through the review and see what the province comes up with for their review. So either proceed or reject it. I would hate to see us just defer it indefinitely.
Okay, Director Obrecht?
Yes, thank you to the chair. And I agree with all the remarks of Director Gettens. And with respect to postponing indefinitely, I don't think I heard a suggestion that we postpone indefinitely. It was for a time certain. Now, with respect to the suggestion that we could reject and start all over, if I understand that suggestion right, then we would be abandoning what's on the table now. And I don't know if I want to support that either. Although what I think is the solution, and I think there's general agreement on all sides, is what we have now is not working. And it is our obligation, our duty to fix it. And that amendment has to happen. I have spoken to this before. I'll be very brief. When I see that staff say we don't have the tools, I've asked the question. I've been told the province says we do have the tool to do fines and enforcement. Our legal counsel say we don't. I think we take the province at their word, get it in writing and amend accordingly so we have the enforcement. When I hear from community, and I've had a lot of community input on this one, a lot. Upper Carmi, very much like anarchist, and 10-acre holdings. And we need to amend this so we can empower the staff with the necessary discretion to do the right thing quickly, administratively efficiently. We can do this, but you don't throw out the whole concept. When I talk to people who are having these issues, whether it's a garage or a deck, all these issues we hear about, fire smarting, the people who are having the problems are telling me they don't want to throw away this environmental sensitive protection. They're in support. What they don't like is the nonsense of not being able to build a garage without the punishment, as Director Pendergraft has spoken to, of a delay and a cost. And I think it's pretty obvious that there's a sweet spot, a Goldilocks zone available to us. It's work, and I understand we don't have organizational capacity. That's a problem. But in terms of getting it done, when we have two other levels of government saying, let us collaborate. I asked the question at the last meeting, what are you going to commit? They said money, resources, data. Well, that's a pretty big commitment, and I think Director Gettins is right. So thank you.
Okay, any further discussion on this? Go ahead, Director Coyne.
I don't know if it's a question or a comment. There's legislation around a lot of the things that they already brought up to us, you know, the species at risk. There's legislation already there to just protect them. There's legislation around riparian areas and whatnot. So how does that not necessarily protect some of the stuff that we're already talking about? If we have a flawed bylaw, I don't get a vote on this, but if we have a flawed bylaw, are we not, in Director Oberich's words, causing harm right now to the residents who are the ones who are putting out this money? I'm just asking questions because I don't know what the answer is on this one. I'm glad I don't have to vote on it. But I think he's right. There's got to be a balance here somewhere. But there's a lot of legislation already in place to protect species at risk and waterways and other things. And I know there's a lot of restrictions on what people can already do with their land just based on provincial legislation. So
A lot of that is federal legislation under the species at risk. And yes, it already does apply to all private lands. De facto, what they're doing is making us enforce it rather than them. It's there, it's not totally abandoning it. It's just we wouldn't be forcing our residents to pay for all these studies and having to do enforcement when and if we ever can. So I don't know if I can answer all your questions, but there is legislation there for the vast majority of those things, maybe with the exception of soil deposits and soil removal. There wouldn't be anything existing to cover that. Director Barco?
I don't have a vote here, but just so I understand this, do I understand your position being let's make these changes, and then after the review, which you can still participate in, you can do further refinements that come out of that review? And so it's a stepwise improvement?
Potentially, yes.
Okay.
I'm open to reviewing and seeing what they review. And I also see this as holding their feet to the fire because I do not, for the life of me, believe they'll get this done in 12 months. If they're really that concerned about the environment, maybe they will when they know that we haven't got these rules at the moment. So, my thoughts. Director Monti?
To the chair, I can't support making it the optics of allowing harm to our environment easier. I can't. I can't support that at all. And that's exactly what I feel like we're doing with this bylaw. I have a resident in my community that they have destroyed a lake. They've put horrible things in the lake. They've destroyed a private lake on their property. And there's no protection to the species at risk. You know, like there is, and that's an ongoing file. And it's something that there's no protection for the environment. If they had at least gone through this, the neighbors, everybody would feel that there was something being done, but there's not. So to get rid of any tool that we have, I can't support.
Fair comment. I'm not sure this is really going to solve that specific issue of damaging the lake. That would be totally different legislation, I think. But any further discussion? I see a hand. Director Oberich?
Yes, thank you to the chair. And just a couple comments arising to Director Coyne. Thank you very much for the comment. And I agree with you. And it is a balancing. And I've done the review, and it's a balancing of a choice. You want to choose less harm. And my fear is we'll do more harm. And so that's why that balancing is so important. We have a lot of choices here, and we have opportunity and I think obligation to do the work and get it done, and we have complications. As to the chair's comment about the inability of others to deliver in 1 year, we have our own challenges delivering in a timely fashion, and that's on us. But with respect to our partners at the provincial and federal level, that is, I'm sure, a frustration for them, no different than it is for us. When we look at the Species at Risk Act, I think the chair said that it does apply to private property. To my understanding of the federal statute, it applies to federal lands, First Nation lands. I don't think it applies to private property. I do believe the province and the feds are working on an accord, and the province is possibly looking at a Species at Risk Act of the provincial level, which may comply or not comply, but work better with the existing federal legislation. This is an area of concern. I can tell you from firsthand experience and review of the Species at Risk Act, regulations there too, underfunding to that program. We in Area D have issues right now with mistakes made under that legislation by the federal government and complicit with mistakes made at the provincial level. And so it is not an easy fix, and we're not going to fix all those problems. But I do agree with Director Monteith, and we have to not make it easier to do more harm, but we do have to fix what's not working. And I know there was a process that was too slow going back to 17, and then this amendment came forth, which kind of jumped the queue and diverted that previous process. This is a tough one, but I can't support the motion as it's presented, and I haven't heard a motion of postponement yet, but in terms of what's going to happen today, those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion, or Director Roberts?
Thank you to the chair. And I don't want to make it sound like we're trying to make things, or by moving through with the motion that's at hand, that it's not, we don't care about the environment, or that we're trying to back off on the issue at hand. But what my concern is it just optics? Like, is this actually doing it? Like, you know, I want to do something with some substance, and because I do care about, you know, the environment in those areas, and then we're working on our OCP. My process is trying to figure out, you know, which one of these things, what are the parts that are going to provide the most amount of care and protection moving forward. And so if we have something that doesn't work, that concerns me, and is it just optics, or is it providing something? That's a question.
It's a question. I'm not sure who can answer that, but I would point out, even today in the presentation from Mr. Garish, Planning Department said it seems to be just a paper shuffle exercise. So. Director Gettins.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I won't speak too much because I think everybody knows kind of how I feel on this, but first of all, I agree with Director Monteith. I don't believe that the citizens that I represent feel comfortable with where this is heading optically. I think we all agree that it's not perfect. I think we've confirmed that it's not to impact fire smarting. I think we've heard that the Anacus Mountain mapping is not up to par. It could have been a lot better, that mapping situation. And I do think that if we remove this, and if anyone's listening as citizens, there is now a gap for them to do what they want on their properties. And I'm gonna say right now, with the gully being filled up in West Bench, it'll bring you to tears when you see what's under there. Anything living in that ground is gone. Anything using that grassland is gone. It is just getting fuller and fuller and fuller. The dust and the work and the trucks that are coming in, it's awful to see. And it's the second property that they've done it because they don't have any development permits on it. There's nothing we can do about it because these two properties are not within this pink zone. I wish they were. But people seek this, and I've never seen this before. I actually thought people were like more committed to where we live. But this person is seeking these properties out purposely because there is no zoning on them. They know exactly what they're doing, and it's for money. So we just agreed that we're gonna partner, and to do this now just feels wrong in so many ways, so I won't support it. And I think we need to give it the time, and if we need to postpone it, like, I'm willing to go like 5 or 6 months before a new board comes in and has to relearn everything that we've learned about this. This is the big discussion, it's a big decision. Let's at least give it to October so we can have this conversation again, see what the province has done. I agree, 12 months, too tight of a timeline, but they're committing to money and study and support. We haven't even been able to get to a terms of reference yet, so give it some time. Like, I think it's worth it, and I'm sorry for anybody that's get impacted for it financially, but maybe it's just one that we gotta just take it this time and just recognize there's a bigger conversation that we just need to have the time to have. So I'll stop there.
Okay, I do see one more hand, Director Oberick. Keep it brief if possible.
Well, thank you to the chair, and I'll sure try to be brief, Mr. Chair. With respect to what Director Blackwell said, this is not a step positive in the right direction, and that's real important. And if it were, I would support it, but it's not. And more harm will come, not less. So that's really important to understand for those who haven't paid attention. When we look to, is this only optics? The comment, I think, from Director Roberts and the follow-up comment from the chair about a paper shuffle, I want to speak to that. And this is not about optics. What we have is a bylaw that is overly broad. We have overdone it, but to abandon it is also wrong, and to underdo it is also wrong. We need the balance right. And so it's not optics. If you go this way, more harm will come. This is not just optics, it's about harm prevention. When you when we look at the detail, again, back in my community, people who have been in the position of spending money and time, they don't support this. They support a reasonable modification to allow these other things to happen, but not cause or make possible or easier this bigger harm. This is not about optics. Now, the paper shuffle, that is part of what's wrong with this. I believe, I am certain that we can do better. I know we can do better. But I can't support this. This is not the right direction. Thank you.
Director Monti?
To the chair, I would like to make a recommendation that we postpone it to the first meeting in October.
So you're making a motion for postponement?
I'll second.
Okay, motion is moved and seconded. No discussion on postponement, and that is to October, you said?
Mm-hmm. First meeting.
First meeting in October? Okay. This would be, postponement would be corporate vote. Am I correct on that, Ms. Mulden? Correct, okay. So it's corporate vote. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. Any opposed? Directors Roberts, Bauer, Director Knodel, Allison, and Pendergraft. The motion does carry. Moving on. C12, Okanagan Valley Amendment Bylaw 2800, CAO.
We did finally get our consolidated zoning bylaw approved recently, Mr. Chair, and we've noticed a couple of mapping errors since. So this is the first amendment to the recently approved consolidated zoning bylaw, and we're recommending that this get first and second reading and be brought to public hearing before the board on June 2nd.
Okay. Anybody willing to make this motion? Moved, thank you, seconded, perfect. Any discussion?
Willis and Peck, anybody?
I don't believe so. I think it's just correcting a mistake in the mapping. Is that the case, CAO?
That's the case, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Anything further? Seeing no hands, this is a Rural vote, all those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. C13, zoning amendment bylaw for electorals area C, D, E, F, and I on storage containers, CAO.
So long and storied history on storage containers as well, Mr. Chair. So we need to do each of these resolutions separately. What we want to do, there's been a couple of amendments. So since we have passed the consolidated zoning bylaw, that affects the storage container bylaw. So we need to recognize that. And then there also is an amendment for West Bench with regards to containers. So what we need to do is rescind second reading, which is where it's sitting right now. We need to put second reading back on the floor, move an amendment, approve the amendment, approve second as amended, and then we're cleared to go. Then we can do the public hearing. So what we'd recommend is that we put on the floor to rescind second reading of this bylaw, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we're doing these separately.
Yes.
Moved, seconded, thank you. Any discussion on this? This is to rescind second. A rural vote, all those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. So now it's to reread it a second time and amend. Is that correct, CAO?
Yeah, so you'll want to put it on the floor first at second reading. That's what's up now.
Okay, so it's just reread it for second?
Yeah.
Someone moving that one? Thank you. Seconded, perfect. Any discussion? Again, call the question, rural vote, all in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. And now the amendment? And what is that amendment?
Sorry about this.
You
I mean,
can
it's
expand on
we have
that.
second reading on the floor in order to amend it. So now with second reading on the floor, we want to move the amendments that are proposed.
Okay, direction, or someone making that motion? See one there, it's moved. Is that what you're doing, Director Knoll? You're moving it, thank you. Seconder, great. Discussion on this? Director Gettins?
Thank you. I just wanted to just confirm with the CAO about the amendment for West Bench and the storage containers. One of the things that West Bench fights or pushes back against constantly is this sort of creeping in of this industrial business. I think it's just our proximity to Penticton, larger properties is probably less expensive just to bring your business and your business, trucks and tools and everything onto West Bench. So, and then there was a large number of people that wrote back saying that they did not want storage containers in there because that adds to the industrial look of West Bench that we're trying to avoid. But if there is a property that can handle a storage container, but that doesn't impact their neighbor, that person then to the CEO can always apply for a variance and then let the neighbors weigh in so so we're not just having, containers coming up into people's views and everything. I just want to get that confirmed.
CAO?
Yeah, we should refer that over to Mr. Garish, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Garish, are you on? Go ahead, Chris. Oh.
No sound.
No sound. Gosh.
Hi, sorry about that. A quick answer is yes, a property owner can make application for a development variance permit to have a shipping container placed contrary to the regulations and obviously subject to board approval.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion on this? Again, rural vote, all those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. So now, on
Second as amended.
As amended. A mover, thank you. Seconder, Thank you. Any discussion on this? Seeing none. Again, rural vote. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries.
And then, Mr. Chair, the delegation
Public
of
hearing?
responsibility for the public hearing to you.
Okay, and this is corporate, so mover, thank you, seconded, perfect. Any discussion? I believe this is in, did we set a date? Oh, just, we'll figure that out as we need, I guess, okay? Call the question, corporate vote, all in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. C14, official community plan, zoning, bylaw amendments, area F, CAO.
Yeah, so this is to attach the West Bench geotechnical recommendations out of the report into the area F OCP. And we're recommending that we give that, what do we got here? Oh, this is ready for third reading, Mr. Chair. So the OCP and the zoning bylaw be read a third time.
Okay, Director Gettins.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to split this up into two, if I can just do the OCP separate from the zoning, because I just have a minor amendment for the zoning
Okay, we can
recommendation.
separate it.
So for the first, to amend the OCP, yeah, I'll move the administrative recommendation on that, please.
Moving the community plan amendment. Moved, seconded, thank you. Discussion? Seeing none, rural vote, all in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Back to Director Gettins.
Thanks, Chair. I've got like two percentage of my power here, so I'm gonna try and go really fast. So the goal of the recommendation for the zoning bylaw, and that is to go from a minimum 1 hectare to a 2 hectare parcel before anybody can do any subdivision. And the reason we are, that was recommended was just give a clear indication to developers that the willingness of this board to accept densification of the West Bench without any community sewer. But what I would like to do is just amend that, just say that the minimum parcel size for subdivision is 2 hectares unless, and this is the amendment part, unless the proposed densification is serviced by a community sewer and stormwater management system. I think that more accurately reflects what we can be doing on the West Bench than not, and I would just like to make that amendment.
Okay, so that's the motion you're moving.
Yes.
Seconded.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. So we need a motion on the floor before we can do an amendment.
Well, that was the motion she was making
To give it
complete.
third reading. It's
And
sitting currently at second, and we've had the public hearing. We need the motion
Okay.
for third on the floor to amend it.
Sure, we can do it that route. So
Okay.
should
I'll
move
move it.
to for third?
Sure, thank you.
Seconded, thank you. Any discussion on that? Again, this is rural, or actually amendment. Yeah, well, go ahead.
Okay, so the amendment is just to add to the recommendation that the minimum parcel size for subdivision is 2 hectares unless the proposed densification is serviced by a community sewer and stormwater management system.
Okay, move. Seconded for, thank you. Discussion on the amendment. Go to the CAO and then Director Bush.
Yeah, we should ask, I'm not sure if that's a significant enough change to cause a new public hearing. We should check on that with Mr. Garish, Mr. Chair.
Can we see Mr. Garish?
Can we
Go ahead. Go ahead, Chris.
The way I heard that motion, I don't think it would trigger any concerns because the way I understood it, it's still 2 hectares, regardless of servicing. Whatever servicing requirements you attach to it, the minimum parcel size is still 2 hectares.
Okay. That's agreeable. Any further discussion, Director Bush?
So my question would be if there's a place where on West Bench that say was okay for a 1 hectare, would they be able to apply for a variance?
I don't know
Or is
that
this just a direct rule for everybody no matter what?
I don't know that that would be a variance, it would probably be a rezoning, I suspect, but I'll clarify with Mr. Garish.
Correct, it would be a rezoning.
Okay, so.
But it could be done.
It can be done, yes. Any further discussion? I believe I'm missing any hands. So on the amendment, call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. So on the motion as amended, any discussion? Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. I believe that finishes that one. C15, petition to enter the Naramata Fire Service Area in Electoral Area E, CAO.
Yeah, we've had a petition from residents on Workman Place and Kettle Ridge to enter into the fire service area of the Naramata Fire Department, Mr. Chair. So that's an establishment bylaw change because that's where the service area is entrenched. So we're recommending that that service establishment bylaw be given 3 readings.
Okay. Director Kazakovich.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to move the administrative recommendation.
Okay, moved, seconded, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing no hands, corporate votes, all those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. C16, Official Community Plan Amendment, Electoral Area D, CAO.
We had the public hearing for this morning. This is the triggers for the industrial and multifamily development permits, Mr. Chair, and we're recommending that that get 3rd reading and adoption.
Okay, Director Olbrich, direction?
Yes. Thank you to the chair, and I'd like to move the administrative recommendation, please.
Moved, seconded, thank you. Any discussion on this? This was the subject of the public hearing, one of them. Call the question. This is a rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. C17, Watercourse Development Permit Area, CAO.
So this was also subject of a public hearing this morning, and this is all about being able to issue retroactive watercourse development permits. And we're recommending that this get 3rd reading and adoption. Then we also have an amendment on here for our development procedures bylaw to cover the process. We're recommending 3rd and adoption for that as well, Mr. Chair.
And we can do these together, I'm assuming. So
sure.
Willing to move that? Moved, seconded, thank you. Any discussion on this? Seeing no hands, this is rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Over to C18, OCP bylaw amendments in A, C, D, E, F, H, and I, CAO.
This was the 3rd public hearing this morning on farm labor housing, and we're recommending that this be given 3rd reading and adopted.
Okay, direction on this one. Mover, thank you. A seconder? Thanks. Any discussion? Making sure I'm seeing or missing no hands. Again, I believe this is a rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to finance. Our audited financial statements from 2021, CAO.
So we have our auditors teed up to appear electronically, Mr. Chair. So I'm going. So we should hear from the auditors, and then the board could approve the financial statements and the amendments to the 2021 financial plan. But I should turn this over to Mr. Safino to introduce the auditors.
Okay, Mr. Safino, go ahead, please.
Thank you. So the BDO, Sinead is the lead auditor, and she's won the BDO has won the RFP for the next 3 years. I want to thank them. They did a great job. They cooperated with staff, and the staff cooperated with them. And I'd like to thank Noel also for being a huge part of the audit. If it wasn't for her, I don't think that it would have been done on a timely basis. So I would like to turn this over to Sinead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zaffino. Good afternoon, everyone. Can I just make sure that everybody can see me and hear me okay before I get started? Thank you for the thumbs up, appreciate that. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sinead Scanlon. As Jim had mentioned, I'm an audit partner with BDO Canada. This is my first year presenting to you. I understand that this is a short presentation this afternoon, that you've already received a copy of the audited financial statements as part of your package. So just for a couple of minutes, I wanted to highlight from an external auditor's perspective a couple of items that you as board members should be aware of. And so a couple of months ago, back in February, we issued a planning letter talking about our audit plan and approach, our assessment of where we felt like we needed to spend a little bit of extra time, making sure that everything was in compliance from the audit planning perspective. And today's report, and a copy of my report has also been included as part of your package. My mission today is to reassure you just on some 4 or 5 key items for the audit. As Jim mentioned, without Noelle's help and leading the charge, along with the rest of the finance team, we certainly wouldn't be where we are today, which is completed the whole audit process over the last couple of months. A copy of some housekeeping issues have been provided to Jim and Noelle for preparation for next year's audit. There have been no instances of actual or alleged fraud that we've documented as part of our audit process. There have been no breaches of any independence between our team at BDO and between your team at the district. And in summary, it's a clean audit report that we're happy to be able to issue today, along with a very healthy set of financial statements. I'll pause. That's the conclusion of my presentation, but happy as always to address any questions that any member would have.
Okay, thank you for that. I will ask the board if there's any questions they would have. It's a quiet group here this afternoon. I don't see any hands, so thank you for your presentation. We'll go ahead, Director Parkwell.
I thought that there was a little bit more to her presentation. I'm sure the board's all sitting here thinking, maybe feeling a sense of relief, oh, we got a clean audit. But they shouldn't be too comfortable. I refer to the Thompson-Nicola Regional District, where the RDO, their regional districts have spent $500,000 on a forensic audit. And as good as these auditors are, they don't have superpowers. And there can always be problems. An audit doesn't go through everything. And BDO, this firm, like I said, was just hired for $500,000 to review a number of previously audited years by another firm. And out of that came a bunch of recommendations, and I don't think we want to go through all of them, but I did have a couple of questions as to whether some of the recommendations that came out of that forensic review by BDO are in the RDOS. Just picking a couple of questions. Is there an annual fraud risk review?
Can you answer that?
So absolutely, I appreciate the comments. I can't exactly see on the screen who they're coming from, but I do appreciate them. And it's a question that I've actually received at a couple of presentations that I've been doing over the last week. And I expect them to get over the next couple of weeks because, yeah, that report was significant and the findings were significant. We added a couple of additional what we call value add procedures as a direct result of that report. And none of the additional procedures that we added in caused us to think that there was anything nefarious or unusual. But to address your specific question on whether a fraud report is conducted every year, that would be a question probably for Jim. As you know, what are the kind of procedures that are being done in-house to make sure that it's being prevented at the management level? I can assure you, though, that at the external auditor level that we have complied with all of the external audit procedures and nothing came to our attention that we felt as though the board should be aware of.
Okay, thank you for that. Should I ask Mr. Safino if we do have that?
Well, actually, I'm thinking, we'll skip that. And I'll just say that there's a list of recommendations. And I think we should forward them to our staff and for their consideration. They're not things, they're just recommendations that came out of their review. And our auditors, they wouldn't have done them. It's their first line of defense is your internal processes. And so I'll forward this to our staff and you and yourself. And,
please.
Yeah.
I'm sure they've probably read them or heard of them already, but it's worthwhile forwarding them for sure. Any further questions for BDO? I don't believe I'm seeing any hands, so thank you for that. Looking for a motion from the board in regards to our audit. Receiving, moved, seconded, thank you. Any discussions on it? Director Sentes, go ahead, please.
Just my compliments. Anytime that you get a bill of health such as that, I think it speaks to the depth of experience that Mr. Zaffino leads. And I appreciate the comments of BDO in acknowledging that. So I have some comfort in that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure we all share that comfort. They do a great job. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the question. Corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Brings us down to CAO reports. CAO. Thank you.
Nothing new
CAO.
for me, Mr. Chair.
Nothing new. Down to other business. Chair's report. The only item I would report on from the chair's perspective was at Silga, which was last week. Gosh, it seems like it might have been longer than that ago, but the motions that we put forward all were sent on to UBCM, with the exception of the one in the water course development permits, which we've addressed as of today. So we didn't need that one to go forward. And I think that's it, unless there's any questions for me. Don't see any hands. Director's motions. Is there any director's motions? Seeing no hands there either. Board members' verbal updates. Anything new?
We already know.
I'm saying it again.
I'll go to Director Sentes first, and then over to Director Klein. Go ahead, please, Director Sentes.
Thank you, Chair. Just as a member of the committee organizing last week's convention, I was thrilled to see the attendance that we got. You know, it's never a sure thing. I believe we had 194 attendees, which is remarkable given what we've been through. So there were several of the RDOS directors that were there, and we really appreciated your attendance. So thank you.
Well, thank you for that, and I would add that we do have good representation on Silga once again. I believe everybody who ran previously from the RDOS is back on Silga, just for everybody's information.
Can I just second the motion that that Director Sentes said? It was fun. It was great. There were lots of connections with people that we hadn't seen for a couple of years. It was very well managed. It was very well handled. And the gift pack that Asuya's brought was won by Mayor Coyne. The gift pack that he brought was won by me.
Yeah.
That almost sounds suspicious.
I know.
That's under investigation.
Yeah, we went through a whole bunch of people before she got it.
It was really fun, and it was well managed, and it was, just a great way to participate again. Thank you all.
Yeah. And thanks for those directors that stepped forward to stay on Silga. That's great. Chair could President Kazakovich has done a good job and is there for one more year, or part of a year, I guess, depending on elections. So thanks for that. Well, she hasn't even decided whether she's running yet or not, so. Board members, verbal updates, one more I seen.
Oh, it's actually, it's not about my area, but you go ahead if you want to go first.
Go ahead,
I
Director
was
Coyne.
just gonna remind everybody, tomorrow, Craft Hockeyville opens up, so hockeyville.ca. Vote for Princeton, we're running for $250,000 to put a new roof on our arena. Something that's been needed for a very, very, very long time. And this is our chance to get it, so. You can vote over and over and over and over again until Saturday. And it'll be announced during the first period, or the first intermission of the hockey game on Saturday night.
Well, and wish you the best of luck for sure.
Yes.
But do we talk to you about the NHL tickets then?
Oh.
Yeah, I'll be going on that to people who like me the most.
That sounds suspicious. Director Gettins.
Yeah, it's not necessarily about my area, but I just wanted to let you know that the Rural Health Conference is actually gonna be meeting in person in Penticton next month. So on the docket is about 200 rural and remote physicians and specialists, so it should be a pretty good weekend. Thanks for you that bought some swag and such, so we'll be there and see what we can drum up for business.
Please do. Thank you for that update. Anything else anybody wants to add? On the screen, did I miss any hands? Seeing none, looking for a motion to adjourn. Moved, seconded, all in favor? Thank you very much. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. We